No problems. We're doing each other a service at the moment, I guess you could say. We're doing each other a service, really. So what we've done, this is our setup here, and we're connected into Frogbox as well now. So the commentary's now going to go straight in. I know, it's a great view up here.
Right, I never knew it was this good up here. We would have been calling here ages ago.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the perfect view of cars trying to turn onto Falcon Street that don't know how much danger they could be in right now. Ooh. See, this is what people don't realise about Bon Andrews, is how close it is to the Warringah Freeway.
It is very, very close, but we're at least we're I don't know, mate. A good. I haven't turned it on yet, Caruso. That's why you can't hear anything. Yeah, because if you turn on now, all you hear is cars. See, I've turned it on. Have a look. Put your earphones on. See, that's all. That's all you can hear is the freaking traffic.
All right.
That's why I haven't turned it on. That's again why I plug it into here, because then I can control it easily and turn it on and off when I need to.
True. Yep. Yep. What number is that? 50. Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll see how we go. All right. I think we're good to go.
All right. When can we start, Mr. Russell?
Let's do this.
Because this will all go on tomorrow's replay as well, won't it? Yeah. Awesome. And no, you don't have to turn off the hot 30. Like every week, you want to turn off the hot 30.
And I'll do a full highlights package of this for Tuesday.
Well, you've got 2 games to pick from. But if you get a good interview and stuff today, then maybe that's why you want to do it.
That could be bonus content for the bench as well.
Mate, we need someone to actually do the bench first before you put bonus content on. Let's go.
This.
Yes, welcome to a nice and cloudy and overcast Bon Andrews Oval here in North Sydney. I am the wise man, Matt Mears, looking forward to taking you through round 5 action of the Kingsgrove Sports Centre T20 Cup. The home team, UTS North Sydney, not quite on their home ground, but right out the back of North Sydney Oval number 1. We've seen a lot of traffic on that over the last few weeks with WBBL finals, with state games, with a whole plethora of sport there, but we get to come back to our roots and back to a more suburban, a more our sort of speed ground. But as I said, the facilities here are excellent at Bon Andrews Park. We're up here on the balcony. We're next to Frogbox. You'll be able to hear us on that as well throughout the afternoon. But before we get any further, we're going to introduce the call team. We'll have Kiwi Mick join us slightly into the first innings, but with me now here is the Raging Bull, Anthony Caruso. Anthony, great to have you here with me for this game this afternoon. We called North Sydney a couple of weeks ago at Mossman. They probably weren't at their best, but as I said, I think they'll be looking forward to hitting back here. A team like East and some big names in for them as well.
First off, thank you very much, Mizzy. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everyone from wherever you are listening here on Triple H Sports, on Frogbox, and on Sydney Sports Radio, we should mention as well. We'll be going live on here as well.
We're on the live stream. We're everywhere. Yeah. And we'll be on replay if you could be listening to us Friday afternoon on Triple H 100.1 FM as well. So we're absolutely everywhere.
What a treat it is to be here at Bon Andrews Oval, formerly known, of course, as North Sydney Oval, number 2. This is a very popular ground here, except for trying to find parking, as is normally the case with some of the grounds on
we haven't had the best luck with what grounds we've been turning up to on a Thursday, have we?
No, we haven't. But having said that, It is an absolute treat to be here. It is a very good ground, one of the better ones in terms of the lower grades, and a very popular one to be used, especially for T20 Cup, because it is a touch smaller than the main fields that you'll be playing at. But the only thing to really say is when we turn that effects mic on very shortly, you'll hear how close we are to the Warringah Freeway. And despite an extended fence being set up on the eastern side of the field, there's a couple of guys on both teams who I could probably say with confidence that will not be enough to protect the traffic down below.
I'm so glad I am parked somewhere out the back in North Sydney somewhere and not on Warringah Freeway this afternoon, because you could have a big bomb from one of the batsmen we'll talk about shortly that might be raining down on them, and thankfully we're not having to pay the insurance bill. But as I said, we're smack bang in the middle of Pont Andrews number 2 here. You were out there earlier having a look at the pitch, Caruso. How do you think it's going to go? You're telling me, though, it could be a belter here for T20.
It will be very interesting to see. I would almost call it a toss to lose. It is quite green. In fact, you can see how green it is from where we are sitting right now. It almost looks like part of the square itself. But what I can tell you is underneath, it is rock hard. So I get the feeling it is a very good cricket wicket. You'd probably want to bowl first on it, but in particular, it's going to be a very good deck for the new ball. Once the shine comes off that new ball, though, it will be a joy to bat on afterwards, because the ball will come on absolutely beautifully.
Well said. We're just over, probably just at a wide mid-off for batsmen hitting, for right-handers hitting towards the city end of Bon Andrews here. We could be in a little bit of trouble. I know normally where we sort of set up at other places we can be in trouble, but I think with some of the hitters we've got here today, we could be in...
Any left-handers were in range.
Or even right-handers just hitting straight, we could be in range. Or right-handers, a nice scoop from bowling from the northern end.
There are 8 strips in that square out there. This strip, thankfully, they're using today is smack bang in the middle of the square. If it was on the western edge of the square, I could tell you that is a very short boundary, and we would definitely be in range.
Well, we'll just have to cross our fingers, hope and pray that we will be able to survive the 40 overs and won't have a cricket ball on the equipment. It only happened once, and it landed on the table, not any of the equipment, so everything lived to fight another day. But as we get in positions, we're waiting for players and umpires. They should be out in the next couple of minutes. If you could go through the both teams for us, Mr. Caruso.
Absolutely. Well, we'll go through the away side. The Eastern Suburbs Dolphins, rich history. This, of course, formerly known as the Waverley Club, for those who have followed the rich history of Sydney grade cricket. The team, Angus Robson, number 1, and their captain. In number 50 will be Nick Taylor. Number 64 and their wicketkeeper is Max Glenn. Number 8, Tom Cody. Number 12, Ryan O'Byrne. Number 11, Sam Skelly. Number 9, Mitch Scaberis. Number 17, Ollie Cox. Number 86, Finley McGurk. Number 22, Ollie Annabelle. Number 7, Blake Harper. And their 12th man, Yanni Theodorakopoulos. And for UTS North Sydney, coming out to bat will be number 28, Mac Jenkins. And number 8, Brent Atherton. The rest of the team. The first of the big inclusions, number 32, Justin Avendano.
Well, we saw how much he was missed 2 weeks ago at Allen Border.
And number 98, James Rue. Number 55, Tim Reynolds. Number 47, Jimmy Greenslade. Number 9, Ollie Knight. Number 26, Robbie Aiken. Number 61, Fletcher May. Number 92, the other big inclusion, Matt Alexander. He's back.
He's back.
Number 36, Sam Alexander. And their 12th man in number 32, Harry Lee Young. So 2 big inclusions for UTS North Sydney, who I can tell you as well, won the toss and elected to bat. So a surprise decision there to a certain extent. I can confirm you, one of the umpires we've got out here today, can confirm it is Claire Polisak.
Well, said she's been doing huge things in cricket around the trap, so great to see her here in this game today.
Very exciting to be up here, and we've got a couple of visitors already coming up to the commentary box.
I think they're checking on the frog box, mate. I don't think they're coming specially for us, but so they will be starting from.
That's all frog box.
Yeah, we just need to be close to be able to connect in.
What are you connecting to? You have to connect to that as well.
Yeah. So.
Well, as they fix up the frog box, we're just waiting for players, umpires, and everything to tick off to 4:45.
It's coming through. We can confirm there is a bit of a signal, so I think they can actually hear us now on Frogbox. We've just got a blue screen at the moment coming through. So I do believe they can actually hear us now on Frogbox. They just can't see anything at the moment, so they might be relying on us. But we can confirm we're about to have the first over of play. We can tell you that it will be Brent Atherton facing the first delivery.
Yeah, number 11 will be taking first ball as well for Eastern Suburbs.
And that'll be Sam Skelly.
So Sam Skelly, he'll start coming in from that northern end. And it wrapped on the pads. Big appeal first up, but I think very safely and not out there. Very hard for the right-hander to get a LBW to the left-hander unless it's sort of pitching and swinging back. But eventful start of the first ball delivery here today.
You were asking about whether you were going to be going through. Yeah, we can confirm we've now got vision. We now have vision going. So, yep, we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now can confirm that we are live on Frogbox.
Well, I hope they can hear us. I know you're only watching the vision. Maybe you should check if the sound's coming through as well. But we'll check that for you in a second as we have a second delivery here, and it's just off the under edge of the bat. Goes through to that fielder at short, mid-wicket, no run again. Still North Sydney yet to get off the mark. First two deliveries here.
And you were talking about whether you're going to be able to see the numbers on the back of the shirts. I think you're very happy to see that you do have shirt numbers very, very visible, especially for Eastern Suburbs.
They're very, very visible, those Eastern Suburbs ones. It is great to see.
The very famous navy blue and then the tricolours on top.
I said it's an interesting view on their uniforms as next delivery comes in, and he smashes this one down the ground, but not quite the timing yet there for Atherton. Just finds the man at mid-off. No run again.
Looking at the field that they've got set up, obviously through the first 6 overs, only 2 players out on the boundary are allowed, or outside the circle, I should be saying. Currently to Atherton, they do have a player on the deep square leg boundary, and they've got a player on the deep third man boundary as well to this left-hander.
Yeah, so obviously they're thinking that it might just be running the ball off the open face down to third man to pick up that single, or might be trying to look at that short boundary towards the freeway as this next one's just off the inside edge, but out towards the umpire. No fielders there. They're able to get off the mark. So it's first runs here today for 4 balls down for UTS North Sydney.
And showing as we thought it was going to be that, this does look like a pretty good new ball deck. So there's going to be plenty of movement early on, but as that shine comes off the ball, we're going to see that it's going to settle down. It's going to be very good to bat on. So the challenge is going to be then after that is whether Eastern Suburbs can then adjust their bowling in particular to be able to stymie the flow of runs at that point.
There you go. Well, we have the right-hander on strike. First delivery for him in the innings, and very nicely played there by Mac Jenkins there, just placing it into that fielder at short cover. I said we saw Jenkins last week opening the batting against Mossman. I said you did feel that North Sydney probably they didn't have that big X factor. Like Mossman got over the line with that huge innings by Peter Forrest. Avendano is that man for North Sydney, so he's going to be a huge inclusion for them in this game. As final delivery here. First over here at Pont Andrews as Jenkins again plays this into the offside. They'll look for one, but nicely covered off there by the short cover. So it's 1 over down here at Pont Andrews. You're listening here to Triple H Sports coverage of the Kingsgrove Sports and a T20 Cup. UTS North Sydney taking on Eastern Suburbs. You're listening to either the Triple H live stream or here on Frogbox or our Friday afternoon replay on Triple H 100.1 FM. I am the wise man Matt Mears here with the Raging Bull Anthony Caruso. We'll have Kiwi Mick joining us shortly, but welcome. It's great that we can bring this coverage on so many platforms today, Anthony.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows how far technology has come. Can confirm the bowler at the other end will be O'Byrne. Will be O'Byrne who's going to be bowling at the other end, and he'll be once again bowling to Atherton. to start the second over. Not used to. It's been a while since we've been talking about an Atherton opening the batting, isn't it?
Well, I even think Michael Atherton's son, he plays first-class cricket in England, but he plays under his mother's maiden name. So you don't even see him play as Atherton.
Is he as softly spoken as his father, I wonder?
I don't know. We'll have to do some more research about that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
I do enjoy his commentary, though.
He does all right for a Pom.
Yep.
As first delivery here, and it's smashed away. It was just outside off stump, letting him free those arms. It's such a short boundary down towards that southeast corner. First boundary, but it was outside off stump, let him free the arms, and Atherton was able to put that one away to the boundary for 4.
And it was a very well-judged shot. Even though it was in the air, it was a deliberate shot in the air. He gave himself plenty of room, realised that he could get up and under it, and didn't try and hit the ball too hard. Just basically a chip to the green and nicely placed for a boundary.
I said that's what they'll want after only getting one run off that first over, and again it's outside off stump. Lucky to get a hand on it, the point fielder. He thought if it beat the field, it would have gone rocketing along this fast outfield for 4, but a lucky hand hits it towards that cover fielder. They pick up another one to the total. None for 6 here now, 2 balls into the second over.
Just that looked like it just held up just ever so slightly in it, but good soft hands by Atherton and a very good length there. Probably just dragged the length back just enough that he had to check his shot through it. But he was definitely looking to be very positive and try and play over cover initially, and then realised the ball wasn't quite there to do so.
Also, it brings Jenkins back on strike. How is he going to adjust the right-hander? And again, it's wide outside off stump. Keepers had to move a long way over to take that one almost in front of the fielder at first slip, but umpire Claire Polisak keeps the arms down. Maybe a bit of swing post going past the stumps there. But
Can happen.
Can happen.
There's a bit of a discussion going on there. Yeah.
I think they were going, well, where's our wide? We'd like that extra run and that extra ball, please. But as I said, there is a nice breeze coming across Bon Andrews, so it will help the swing bowlers. As the next one from Jenkins just plays it to point as you hear the fire engine coming across
Falcon Street.
Yeah, coming across there right behind the side screen. So
what do we call it? I think that's a Falcon Street then, isn't it? Here. I think that's probably fair. I think that's probably the fair one. That'd probably be the Falcon Street end, and then this would be the city end. I think it'd be
I'd say all the northern or southern end.
Yeah.
Or if you're listening on Frogbox, you can see for yourself.
This is true.
As next delivery comes into Jenkins, and again he just sort of wafts at it outside off stump. Probably bounced a little bit, that hardness you talked about in this wicket, Caruso, and it's just popped up a bit more than I think Mac Jenkins was expecting, but luckily for him, no edge, and it just goes through the keeper.
O'Byrne's now starting to hit that really nice length where it gets a bit awkward, and the batters really can't get underneath it unless they go for the cross-bat shot. With a fresh pill like this, it's not exactly easy to do, but here's an interesting fielding change. They've brought the mid-wicket over to an extra cover, so O'Byrne probably thinks, I'm getting a nice bit of outswing here at the moment, so let's stack this offside field here a bit more.
Well, I said he can't go too wide, though, because we can see them just reach their arms, and that's just what he's done, but good fielding. I think that's Nick Taylor there, number 50
yes,
at
it
cover. His mate Michael that I work with will be impressed. Hopefully he's watching on Frogbox, but as I said, he was wide outside off stump, but that extra protection allowed that one to be fielded there, and Jenkins still yet to get off the mark. Atherton's on 6, and it is none for 6 here after 2 overs on Triple H's coverage of the Kingsgrove Sports Centre T20 Cup.
You work with his brother, do you?
No, a friend of his.
A friend of his, fair enough.
He's also friends with Marcus Tullo, the regular captain here of Eastern Suburbs, who's not playing today. I didn't get any sneaky things as to why he wasn't playing, but
well, the other big omission here for Eastern Suburbs today is no John O'Cook.
Yeah, well,
the off spinner.
Well said. Yeah, usually you see him a big staple in the Big Bash with the Thunder. So maybe just other commitments Thursday afternoon. Not easy for everybody to get here.
That'll be Skelly.
He continues again to Atherton, and he drives this one, but probably not quite off the middle of the bat, but still lets them get through for another single. None for 7 now here. First ball of the third over.
It was a nice little shot there, and didn't try and hit the ball too hard, just sort of placed it in for an easy single. Got on the skates a little bit early and then realised he had more time than he actually had. So an easy single in the end. But, Jenkins just not entirely working out the pace of this pitch at the moment. He's still yet to get off the mark and probably putting himself in a little bit of pressure right now, as we're just seeing some fielding adjustments. They're trying to work out where fielders go now. So they've now got deep square leg and deep fine leg, and they've brought their third man off the fence up onto the circle.
So I said nothing short outside off stump, which could be run away for 4. He's going to have to bowl straight here, and he does, and it's right up in the block hole. No ball called. We'll see if it's a bye or leg bye. It is a no ball. So he's saying that he did hit it in. Oh no, it is a leg bye. I thought it might have been a leg bye there, but we do have the first free hit of the innings, and a little bit excited here. We've got the left-hander hitting to that somewhat high, but not high enough fence towards the freeway.
There could be trouble here. There could absolutely be trouble right here, right now. So a no-ball leg bye for those who are scoring aficionados. If you're wondering how that goes into the scorebook, that is actually an upside-down triangle with a circle around it. So
I've learned something today, and I do quite a bit of scoring. So I would have just not put the leg bye against the bowler. But
no, it doesn't go against the bowler, but just
but no, I wouldn't have put it in the bowler's box. Yeah.
Well, you're actually taught to actually put it in the box, but you don't count it.
Obviously it's not counted.
So free hit. Where is this going to go?
I don't know. All I said, I know where I'm hoping it's going to go. He comes into the left-hander and he tries to go that way, but it's just across the ground. They're going to chase hard, and it's just brought in on that boundary towards the freeway on the eastern side. They will pick up 2. They'll now move through to none for 11 here in the third over.
He was looking for it. The one thing I did notice, though, with the outfield here, the grass is a little lush. Not massively lush,
Mate,
just
come
enough.
come and play some park cricket with me, and I'll show you lush. I'd love to play on this and get some value for shots. As other than this, tries to roll this one on the off the face of the bat, but probably lucky for him, he probably didn't quite get the middle, and it's just slowly rolled towards point. He picks up another single. He now moves on to 10. None for 12 here. Jenkins back on strike. It'll be interesting to see now. He'll just be looking, I think, just to get off the mark.
Stephen Undry's performing better than Mac Jenkins at the moment. Is a little bit of a concern at this stage, but he needs to find his feet. We know that he can be very damaging. He's just struggling to just really get his groove going.
Well, what can he do here? He comes in again, and it's just pushed away. Nicely done. Meets the man at point. The third man has to come around, and they'll get 2 off that one. That's a bit of a confidence booster there for Jenkins.
Well, he's finally off the mark with the double. Very nicely played there, and probably one of the safest shots he could have played in this situation, given he'd been struggling for runs a little bit. It was just to push the ball enough when it was a little bit fuller. Managed to squeeze it past the fielder at point and picks up 2 runs. That will help his confidence nowhere, knowing he's finally been able to get bat on ball properly.
Yeah, well, now he has to build on it. As I said, almost halfway through the power play. I'm sure North Sydney are not on what they want to be. Is that one just short and pulled away? That is 6, easy as you like. As I said, you know, the boundaries are short at North Sydney number 1 square. They're even shorter here at North Sydney number 2, and it was just a little bit short by Skelly. And Jenkins just got in the perfect position to put it away. Wasn't even phased by the fielder down here at deep square leg.
No, absolutely not phased whatsoever. And I think an early indication here that it is incredibly dangerous to bowl too short on this pitch. We just saw what happened. It just sat up and said, hit me. And that's pretty much what it's done. For those who have not been to Bon Andrews, it is up on top of a hill. So anything that clears the fence on the western side, it's going for a run down the hill. They managed to get the ball back. There will be little risk of the ball actually being damaged at that point because it is all grass. But I tell you what,
if you're coming for your afternoon jog or something as you finish working from home, or you're making your way home from you may be walking down to the bus stop or something. You might need to watch out if you're coming through the park here today. There is a nice little crowd starting to build around here. As I said, I think the lure of some Thursday afternoon T20 cricket, hard for some to pass up.
Tell you what, if they can improve the lighting a little bit more, it'd be great for day-night.
Well, we'll get on to North Sydney Council about that. As the next one, Jenkins tries to just run down to third man, but luckily for him, doesn't get a tickle. It goes straight through to the keeper. No run. So end of 3 overs here at Bon Andrews. North Sydney finally starting to get a kick along. None for 20 off their 3 overs. Atherton's 10 off 9. Jenkins is 6 off 10. But I do agree with you. Like, it is a nice little setting. And as I said, we saw one game in the last round of these Thursday afternoon T20s played at that 6:30 time slot. Maybe we need to look at it if they decide to continue this again next year, that we can have maybe a few more proper night games, because I think it'd be something that if you had the proper facilities, fans would enjoy.
Well, they did have the game up at Bruce Purser Oval in Rouse
Yes,
Hill.
that's the one I was referring to. Yeah,
for Parramatta. So but that's a fantastic ground to be able to do day-night cricket from, as O'Byrne is now coming into Atherton.
Yeah, no changes at either end, and Atherton just places this one past point. Just not even hit too hard, just timing all the way. And as I said, anything that beats the field on that eastern side of the field will just rocket along for 4. That's a shot you want to see come from a person with the last name of Atherton.
That's a very classy shot. He's barely hit that. It's just caught the hill, run all the way down. Fielders had absolutely no chance, and that's a sign. That can be a very dangerous sign if a batter this early on is seeing him that well.
Well, we could be in trouble here with. I think he's even looking at us right over mid-on. As we wait for the second delivery to come in, and that's probably a better length, but nicely played just into the offside.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
No backing up there, and the Cardinals sin. The bowler gives away 4 overthrows off his own bowling.
5 runs.
5 runs to the total. As I said, it was a nice bit of play just into the offside. There was a single there, but maybe the bowler just being a bit overzealous. No one backing up, and the ball runs along this quick outfield for 4.
Well, for 4, but because the batters had crossed before the run was scored, it ended up being 5. So a big let off there for UTS North Sydney. 9 runs off this over already. This is going to make the power play look very good now.
Yeah, well, it's just taking North Sydney just a couple of overs to see how this pitch is playing, and this one's a bit of better delivery, just short of a length. Jenkins just manages to cut it out to point, no run. But yeah, I think for the bowlers, if you miss only by a little bit, you're going to go the journey. We saw that with that 6 from Jenkins in the last over. It's just a bit too short, and he was able to deposit it over the fence for 6. But it's going to be one of those ones for bowlers on this pitch. You have to stick to your line and length, otherwise you are going to disappear.
And disappear very quickly. Even throws are going to disappear.
As Jenkins slashes at this one, but
he's got all of that.
He did. It was a nice sound off the bat. I hope that one came through the effects mic, and but it was fielded by that fielder at cover point. Saved a very certain 4 there.
It was not the best place to bowl at either, but what he is doing is he is bowling one side of the wicket. So he is bowling to his field predominantly. They have taken that extra cover out and put him back on the leg side.
So you think he might be bowling a little bit straighter, and he does, and Jenkins premonitioned that as well. He saw that fielder move, and he thought, well, it's going to come straighter. I think he did try and deposit it into the to the grandstand here over deep mid off, and but I think maybe just a little bit of movement off the pitch. Saw him miss that one, but he's been riding his luck, Jenkins.
Oh, look who's here.
Well, mate, all my Christmases have come at once.
I get another introduction.
We'll give him another introduction as the next ball comes in.
Yeah, Jenkins just rockets this off the face of the bat down to third man, and He will pick up a single off the last ball of the over. So that's 4 overs down here. And the run rate looking a lot healthier now as the police make their way down to the Sydney Harbour Bridge. UTS North Sydney, none for 30 off 4 as our third commentator / colleague / all-around good guy / person that's going to be ecstatic that his Kiwis beat New Zealand in a one-day series. Kiwi Mick Reinish will be joining us in commentary shortly.
Might be joining us after the power play ends, so...
We'll give him a minute, unlike we did at Mossman, where we basically forced him on air as soon as we plugged him in.
But we are in a very good position here. Just seeing, are we going to have a change of bowler? I don't think there's a change of bowler here at the moment. I think there might be continuing with Skelly onto his third over. We'll see and confirm this very shortly. But I think this might be Skelly again for over number 3. He will be bowling. Yes, it is.
Jenkins, and he flicks that nicely off his pads, and the fielder at deep square leg only had to move less than 10 metres, but just timed so well by Jenkins that he could not make it there. And Jenkins now he's worked out this pitch, he's starting to get a move along as well. And it is Skelly to continue. He's now done for 18 off 2.1. Senior only went for 1 off his first over. He certainly has been taking a liking to in his next 2 overs, 1.1 overs, I should say. Jenkins now faced again, and this one's played off the open face. Well fielded by that fielder at point, but he doesn't stop the single.
Well fielded there. That's Ryan O'Byrne, so putting in a shift there. Still a single there to Jenkins. Skelly, of course, those that don't know, the ex-opening bowler for Campbelltown Camden way back when.
One of your favourite teams.
Yeah, it was part of that mass exodus, although he didn't follow the Jared Burke foreign legion over to Fairfield, Liverpool. Oh. He's opted to go the distance of the motorway, and then some.
I don't know if we're still legally allowed to say Campbelltown Camden, but if we aren't, we'll make sure we're lawyered up, as Atherton is now back on strike. And he just goes down the ground. I think it goes through the bowler's hands. Might have taken a slight deflection because it looked like it was hit hard. Fielded by the fielder at mid-off. I think it was.
I think that was a drop catch.
I think it was through his hands, because if not, it wouldn't have gone slowly to that fielder at mid-off.
Look, to be fair, return catches are amongst the hardest to actually take. So... the bowler to get a hand back on that when it's been smacked back at you at that velocity is a fair effort in his own right. And in those situations, they either stick or they don't. Yeah,
100%. That one is Jenkins again. He's loving that little dab into the offside, but this time just finds the fielder, no run.
So, and it is very difficult for the bowler to be able to pick that up because, of course, you got your head down after you've just bowled, especially as a quick. And then you're trying to get yourself...
I wouldn't classify you and me as quicks, but yes.
I impersonate a quick these days. I very much...
I lean into my slow-medium status.
So we're now starting to get the final connections in, and then we'll have the voice... Normally the voice of rugby league, the voice of cricket now joining us very shortly.
I think he's the voice of North Sydney, because I said we'd love to hear his dulcet tones next door throughout the winter as Jenkins again on strike, and this one's in the air, and you're gone. He's just spooned it straight up to the fielder at cover. First wicket down here for North Sydney. Tried to play that expansive shot over the offside, but just spoons it to that cover. That's the first wicket down. North Sydney 1 for 36 here. 1 ball left in the 5th over.
Yeah, just probably wasn't there to play, but he knew he had to try and get a hurry on, and he didn't quite. He got stuck in no man's land with that particular shot there, so he couldn't quite get it underneath it to try and clear it through, couldn't find the gap, so the wicket falls back to Jenkins, who did eventually find his feet. A shame for him in the end, but UTS North Sydney still will be very happy with the situation that they are currently in. It should be noted as well that wicket, though, brings the big name to the table. It is the captain, Justin Avendano, who now comes to the crease, and Eastern Suburbs now knows with Brent Atherton set, Avendano at the crease, the time is now if they want to break the, UTS North Sydney wide open. On their side, though, UTS North Sydney knows that this partnership, if they get set, can take the game away.
It certainly can. I said Atherton's still there. He's 20 not out off 12 deliveries. Jenkins, he went for 14 off 18 deliveries. We'll just wait. We'll find the catcher out for you shortly. It was Nick Taylor. Was the catcher there at cover. So Avendano now, he'll be in here to face the final ball of the 5th over. Ooh, right up in the block hole from Skelly, and all he can do is play it to that fielder at mid-on. So 5 overs gone here at Bon Andrews. UTS North Sydney 1 for 36, and to take you through the next 5 overs, Kiwi Mick Reinish.
Thank you, Matt Mears. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your beautiful Thursday afternoon, wherever you may be, in Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, England, maybe even America, who knows? Maybe not. But anyway...
It's wonderful to be here. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's easy for you. You only live just down the road from here anyway. So.
I've had to get the Wynyard bus again, and I had to stop near the Oaks and then get a bus back this way. So I've got 2 buses today and still got here earlier.
You went to the Oaks?
No. The bus stop across the road from the Oaks to reverse back here. So it went...
Oh, I know the one. Yeah, I know the bus station. The big one. The big Watson. I think it was a Watson Street or something like
Watson
that.
Street.
Yeah, Watson Street.
Stand B.
Yep. Of course, across the road from the Big Bear Shopping Centre.
Yes.
Which I believe that's where the Bears moniker actually came from. I think, yeah, it is. That's where the Bears moniker came from. So
100% correct there, Mr. Caruso, as they were the sponsor of the North Sydney Bears rugby league team for quite a number of years, and so it may continue now.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. We're going to have a change of bowler here. So we can inform you that it will be number 22. It'll be Ollie Annabelle. Ollie Annabelle.
Ollie Annabelle runs in and bowls.
To Atherton.
And Atherton goes for a big swing outside the off stump. That goes down to third man for a very enthusiastic single on my first delivery today. Looks like Avendano on strike now for his first delivery facing Annabelle.
So just one to the total there. The score going on now to 1 for 37, and this will be interesting to see how he's going to shape up with this. The left armer here, not as quick as O'Byrne or Skelly that we've seen so far, but we'll see how they go now. That a bit of the shine has come off the ball a little bit.
So it will be Annabelle now, the left armer. Pretty long run up, pretty much from the 30-metre circle. Avendano on strike for his first ball. Beautiful cut shot past the man at backward point. Smashes into the picket fence here at Bon Andrews Oval. First time I've commentated here. What a view we have. And it's 1 for 41 here in the 6th.
I can tell you, sorry, we do have a listener from the UK at the present.
We do have listeners from the UK. Well, there are a couple of players from the UK playing here today, so fantastic to have you joining us here. And of course, some of you may even be listening via Frogbox as well. But that cut shot there, lovely little late cut there by Avendano. A very unfortunate bounce as well, quite vicious. It sort of just reared up at the backward point fielder and went to the boundary. No chance of stopping that.
So North Sydney wearing the predominantly red with black round the waist. Eastern Suburbs, is that a very dark navy blue?
It is.
Yeah, it's almost black, isn't it? It's very dark navy blue, their shirt.
But as we expect from any Eastern Suburbs team, the tricolours are there in force as well. On the top of on the shoulders.
Yep, absolutely. And the old-fashioned sight screen adjustments from some of the ground staff here.
They are a little bit easier here because it's the big ones that are quite easy to push across. But Avendano's telling them to put the bloody thing together. Yeah.
So obviously this is a very important game for both teams. 1-1 and 3 losses each with 2 rounds to go, isn't it? So they'll both be looking to... we watch the sight screen being put together like Humpty Dumpty falling off a wall.
It's actually 5 panels. It's 5 panels, and the difficulty is trying to get them to close together. And now Avendano's happy with it. These are some of the idiosyncrasies when it comes to New South Wales Premier Cricket. Is none more so than getting the bloody sight screens right.
It's a funny game, cricket, at times. So here goes Avendano again, has he switched around to go left arm around the wicket, I think. And again, Avendano looking very solid. He plays this into the onside firmly to the fieldsman for no run. Bit of a shaky throw into the wicket keeper there. But North Sydney definitely off to a good start. As I was saying, both teams 1 win and 3 losses. So for either team to have any chance whatsoever, they'd have to win today to make the top 4. Is that right?
That is absolutely right. But the other thing with that we're noticing that they've had as well is a bit of a shaky start in terms of the fielding, especially considering that they've already conceded extras and overthrows.
Got a feeling this is going to be a high-scoring one here. Of course, the game we did 2 weeks ago was a bit of a low-scoring one there with Mossman and North Sydney. We're back doing North Sydney here 2 weeks later. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Frog Box, of course, today. Having your cup of tea or your afternoon biscuit or cake, of course. He runs in now. Here goes Avendano on strike, and that's going to be another 4 through the covers. Splits the 2 fielders there on the offside, and Avendano standing tall. 1 for 45 here, still in the power play, of course, in the 6th over. And Avendano's one of those players that looks like he's got a lot of time straight away, straight into his work.
Oh, absolutely. That was a cracking cover drive there. A low full toss outside off stump. You don't need 2 invitations to have a go at that one there, and really it got what it deserved.
So here's Annabelle again. And he's left this one outside the off stump, Avendano, this time. Coming in from the North Sydney Oval end of the ground, you could say, I guess. Of course, that North Sydney Oval is pretty much right behind this ground where we're commentating in this little grandstand.
Is that a bit of an alpha move, that? He's just hit a glorious cover drive and then left the next one. That's a bit of an alpha move as far as I'm concerned there. So that's how well he's seeing it. Yeah, it is. I mean, you could call it the city end as well, and then the northern end, the Falcon Street end, as opposed to Vulture Street.
So Annabelle again. Avendano flicks this easily off his pads. Bit of a slower ball there down to the man at deep square leg on the fence next to this highway. Here it's an interesting cricket ground, of course, and they pick up another single. That's the end of the over. 1 for 46 after 6 overs. Very good start for North Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely. And the challenge that you do have with a ground like this is that first off, for these players, they're not used to playing on a ground like this. Normally, they would be playing, if it's North Sydney versus East Suburbs in first grade, next door at North Sydney Oval. It is a bit of a smaller ground. The other thing I want to point out that's a little bit more interesting, this ground is a little bit rounder compared to what North Sydney Oval is, because North Sydney Oval was originally designed as a cricket ground, which means that wide of the field is usually quite flat. But this ground here, it's a lot rounder, was originally designed to try and take 2 rugby league fields. These days it only takes the 1. But this is very much a different design of fields. We do see a change of bowler, and it will be number 86. It'll be Finlay McGurk who will be bowling
Finlay
here.
McGurk. All right, so looks like we're going to have a bit of spin coming in. Avendano back on strike again. A bit of a readjustment of the sight screen down at the northern end of the ground.
It's actually quite so nice here. I'm actually going to do what you're doing, Hugh. I'm going to stand up for a little bit here.
Yeah, it's good standing up.
It is good standing up. Just releases everything.
It does.
But it's a nice little platform to be able to do it from as well. So, which is absolutely beautiful to see here. Now, this is just seeing what we're going to be seeing. I think it's going to be a little bit of left arm orthodox. So the challenge are going to do this is 2 things. Because the pitch is in the middle of the square, that takes away a little bit of the challenge around short boundaries. But you do have to get your fielded setting right. Let's see what kind of spin we're going to get from McGurk.
So McGurk now.
Right arm off spin.
Right arm spin, and Avendano has sent this one into the trees. That's a huge hit.
There it goes. There it goes.
Oh, look at it roll away. It's down to
that.
Falcon Lodge down there, one of the accommodation places here in North Sydney. I know very well. 1 for 52.
Do we want to know why?
No.
Hey,
It's a family show.
I was going to say that's where Sky kicks you out to, but okay. But, oh, mate, that was a huge hit, wasn't it, from Avendano? He's showing that he wants to be somewhere up in the reckoning with the Sixers come BBL time in a couple of weeks.
Get that man a contract.
Is he in their squad?
I don't know yet, but
he's always,
they don't name
he's
the
always
squad
there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
He normally opens, doesn't he? Sort of fills in a few games. Or
But he is he is an absolute class bat. I'd probably say I think we can safely say Mearsey and Kiwi Mick probably the best player to come from Shelley Beach up on the Central Coast. So he's of course comes down here from the Central Coast to play. But what a class player he is.
I don't know. That's where my sister lives. I don't know about my nephew. He's only 5, so I've still got time.
I reckon if you get him under Avendano's wings, he could go places.
Just try and talk my sister into it.
so McGurk again. And Avendano didn't quite get this one. It was up in the block hole, but he will still get a single down to the man on the fence there at that deep cover position. 1 for 53 here in the 7th.
Yeah, just had a bit more of a check drive there, but didn't quite get a complete hold of it, but did enough to be able to drive away through, get an easy single, and just turning it over now for Atherton as McGurk stays around the wicket.
And Atherton, of course, a left-handed batsman, and obviously Avendano right-handed batter, so... And a little dabble here behind square. We'll go past the fielder, rolling towards our commentary box. It might even reach the fence for 4 here. Let's have a look. Yes, it has. So he didn't even really, he just tapped that really for 4. Probably really could have been fielded, you would think. But 1 for 57 here. They're on a roll, looking for a big score to set this match up.
It's just been good timing from Atherton. We've seen it from him from the outset. He looks like he's in for a big score today.
So McGurk, no bowler escaping the punishment. Runs in again. This is a full bunger off his pads, and he'll flick it away. Will it go to the fence? Not quite, but they will pick up a very comfortable 2 runs there. And the North Sydney faithful down below us on the grandstand clapping. They know it's a desperation match, 1 for 59.
And this is crucial for UTS North Sydney. If they're going to make the finals for the T20 Cup, they've got to run get as many runs they can in their batting performance here. And this is a great way to get it going right now.
So this one a bit shorter, but he smashes it away for 4, behind square and fine. Goes down to that hill where there's a few spectators down there with the old bucket hats on. Not KFC, but 1 for 63. I've had a stressful day at work. It's good to be here.
Matt Mears, what's those 3 magic words we so often say? Can't bowl there. It was short on the stumps, and it was an easy pull shot there for Atherton.
McGurk again to Atherton. This is a slightly better delivery, but he'll still push it away into the onside square for a single. 1 for 64 here after 7 overs. Great start for UTS North Sydney. Of course, the danger man Atherton playing today is going to be very important, that's for sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, we can inform you we do have a special guest who's been on our show a couple of times. He's now joining us for the first time with the cricket. Tim James from State Parliament here, a proud North Sydney Bears supporter, and great to have you here joining us here today, Tim.
Anthony, this is a great moment. My first time in the commentary box ever. What a huge moment, and thank you so much for having me.
Now, obviously, as we go through, we can confirm the bowler will be Annabelle now bowling to. I think it will be Atherton again. It will be Atherton again. But obviously, the relationship that both Triple H FM and yourselves have now got with North Sydney Bears, not only with rugby league now, of course, extending to cricket.
Yes, it's a special relationship. One we really do appreciate. Your enthusiasm and commitment to local community and sport means so much, and thank you.
So here goes Annabelle now to Atherton on strike. And finally, there's a dot ball who nearly goes onto his stumps. He did the old batting away there as it nearly trickles onto those stumps. And that's the first ball I can take a bit of a breath. There's been about 13 scoring shots off 13 deliveries.
Now you'll have to talk us through, Tim, because there was a little bit of fun that was being held yesterday at the SCG with the Press versus Polly's game that did occur. A couple of very notable performances. Wendy Tuckerman, I believe, impressed very much with the ball. But we do want to raise the question about one member of the upper house as the next ball is about to come in.
So Annabelle now, and again, nicely driven down the ground to the man at long on for a single.
So we have to ask the question. Mark Latham actually played grade cricket for Sydney University back in the day, went for 11 off his 1 over, I mean, surely there's got to be a question mark now to the chairman of selectors as to how he keeps his spot in the politicians' team going forward.
Yes, look, I'm not sure what the selection process is, to be honest with you. I'm not sure how sort of fussy they are. We'll just pause as play continues here.
This time it's going to be Avendano again, flicking it off the pads for the easiest of single.
Yeah, nice shot. The question of Mark Latham is an interesting one. Of course, he's of One Nation. He couldn't score one run the other day.
And then went for 11.
Yeah. So got hit around the ground. So, look, I think the selectors, if indeed there are selectors, would be having to think very carefully about his role going forward.
Mizzy, what's your relationship with the chairman of selectors down your way?
Not very good.
Okay, so here's evidence. This is short. This could be 6. Yes, it is, under the picket fence here. It's almost going to reach St. Leonard's, that one, as it rolls towards Falcon Lodge again. This is
still
rolling.
Plus.
Still rolling.
Yeah,
it's almost down
shot.
at Crow's Nest Hotel, that one.
Yep.
Now, as we do whenever we have any sort of special guests, we have to go through your particular cricket pedigree. We know you're we know you're a rugby league tragic. We know you're a bit of a cricket tragic as well. So you'll have to take us through your history out there playing in the creams.
Well, it's a history of real passion and spirit, but very limited ability and capacity, I'm afraid to say. So I used to run out for the Barker under 13Cs, 14s, 15s, 16s. And then when towards year 10, year 11, I got a bit taller, and in fact, not having had the greatest of success in my cricket career, I did actually move across to basketball, I've got to be honest with you and admit. But I loved my cricket, I really did, and I was a bit of an all-rounder, and I think the greatest score ever from yours truly was about 40 runs. So didn't even hit a half century, I'm afraid to say.
Atherton, another single on the board. The score keeps ticking over.
Still play for we got overthrows here.
Eh?
OTs.
Yeah, just a bit of sloppy fielding there from East. Lets them get through for another one.
And that has been a bit of a worry here for Eastern Suburbs that we've seen so far, Mearsy, here. It's been the lack of backing up so far because there really is no one monitoring it. And so far they've conceded about 6 runs off overthrows at this stage.
Yeah, they certainly have. They need to tighten that up. They said, particularly now with North getting a bit of a move on with the scoring rate.
Annabelle again to Atherton. Full toss, drives it down the ground. He'll pick up 1 as the man from mid-off races round to regathers in that mid-on position. 1 for 76 here.
I mean, playing for Barker College is no mean feat in its own right. I mean, the only thing I'm jealous about is that there is actually a couple of very nice grounds up there, which I've never been able to play on. Not quite to the level of, say, somewhere like Kings, but still quite nice up there.
Oh, Barker number 1's a beautiful oval, no question. And some great cricketers have been to my school. Peter Taylor, the old spinner from years ago. I remember he came and visited the school during my time there. And, in fact, Alyssa Healy went to Barker, who I caught up with just the other day, indeed, at the ground next door to us here, North Sydney Oval. I said g'day to Alyssa, and she did very well for the Sixers in the WBBL.
Well, of course, the famous story of Alyssa Healy when she made her debut for the Barker in the boys' team. Of course, some of the members of the old boys not too happy about it. The coach coming out and saying she got picked on merit. Definitely was picked on merit. She scored 50 on debut.
She's a phenomenal cricketer, just a huge talent. And, yeah, we're really proud of her. She's done great things for the sport, great things for women in the sport. And I think the whole Barker community is just really proud of her.
So it's going to be Atherton on strike again. We'll confirm the bowler shortly. This is a beauty, but it's a no ball, so they can't do much right here, Eastern Suburbs. That was a beauty of a delivery, jagging outside the off stump.
Well, the free hit's going to be in now with the short boundary. Can we see the first one onto the freeway?
Blake Harper, the bowler here. This could be painful, of course. Because there was no run scored when the no ball was given, they can't change the field.
Blake Harper now bowling again. And Atherton goes for cow corner. That would have been on the motorway through to the keeper.
Now, talking to the relationship, obviously, between the cricket club and the North Sydney club, it's been a long, rich history between them, carrying the same moniker, and now we're starting to see both start to reunite again, especially with the growth of the Bears in rugby league.
Yeah, look, it's all about people and community at the end of the day, isn't it? And having that Bears brand short appeal there, but unsuccessfully so for LBW. And look, the Bears, I mean, in the rugby league context, they are growing really well. Lots of spirit, memberships up, the board, the leadership, the team had a great season at every level, and they are going really well. And it's fantastic to see Bears coming together, cricket, rugby league, and more, actually.
Again, it's going to be Atherton driving handsomely down the ground for a single, 1 for 77 here in the 9th.
Where would we stand, do you think, possibly on organising a celebrities game for under the Bears banners for both sides, do you think?
Gee, well, look, sign me up right away.
Bring back Greg Florimo and Jason Taylor, right?
Look, Flo, I mean, I can ring Flo right now and say, how do you feel, Flo? Let's do it. Let's get organised and make this happen.
I reckon, Mearsy, we'd get a few people down there. It'd be a great old game, though. What do you think?
I think it'd be a great idea. Obviously, it'd bring a lot of awareness to the joint cause. I think some people I love, like, you go back to the fatty vote and catch in the AB game. If you can get something like that going, everybody loves a good celebrity cricket game.
And you're often surprised as to who can actually play. I do remember a couple of, well, of course, when we went over to calls, we see the next ball here from Kiwi Mick.
Avendano on strike. Oh, it's another beauty. This time jagging outside the off stump to the right-handed batter. So some pretty good bowling here by Blake Harper, and just putting a little bit of a breath on everything is North Sydney, 1 for 77.
And we've seen a couple of players from rugby league who have actually been quite adept, and rugby union, I guess, as well. We've seen now, for example, Elijah Eels now currently playing for Mossman. A couple of guys in rugby league. I know he's only a Manly player.
And Avendano drives here, backward of point. He'll get a single to that man on the fence. Are they going to go for a second? Yes, they're racing back, and they make it comfortably, 1 for 79.
The fielding here from Eastern Suburbs at the moment has been a bit of a struggle as of late, not only in terms of getting up clean, but the overthrows as well, sort of hurting here at the moment. The other players obviously playing for the Manly Ringa Sea Eagles, but Ruben Garrick and Jake Travojevic, both known cricketers themselves. And I know Manly Grey Cougar are very disappointed not to get Jake on their cards.
Yeah, some people are very gifted, aren't they, in more sports than one and more ways than one, and good luck to them. But look, I think it's a great idea, getting the celebrities together. I'll tell you who we should ask as well in that context. James Bracey, the #1 ticket holder for the North Sydney Bears.
Imagine Billy Moore.
Well, Billy Moore would be there in a flash, I reckon.
I've actually got a Billy Moore beer can in my man cave. I love it. Because they had a 24-pack of North Sydney Legends.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I love it. Great work, work. Yeah,
haven't drank it yet.
No. You've got to treat it like wine, though. I think you've got to keep it in storage there, and you break it out for when North Sydney returns to the NRL.
Yep. It's coming, mate.
Or you get Billy Moore into the man cave.
Or into the man cave itself.
I do have 2 seats. One of them's comfy.
Billy Moore, if you're listening in, let's make this happen.
Absolutely.
Of course, the rich history in this particular game here, of course, North Sydney, one of the oldest clubs in the competition, coming up against Eastern Suburbs, formerly known as Waverley back in the day. The rich history between these two clubs and the names that have come through these clubs as well.
Yes, yeah. Look, there's always a great healthy rivalry in sport, in every sense, actually, as between the Eastern Suburbs and the Northern Suburbs of Sydney. And I was chatting to someone the other day on Miller Street in Camaray, and she told me, we've just moved across from the Eastern Suburbs. And I said, congratulations. You've seen the light. You're here with us on the north side.
Oh, and Atherton might be caught behind, and he swings the bat in disgust. Nice little delivery. That's confirmed. The bowler in jersey #9 with a bit of spin. We'll just confirm that very shortly.
Can confirm Mitchell Scabaris, who has taken the wicket.
Mitchell Scabaris. 2 for 81.
A big wicket there, and I think a very important one for Eastern Suburbs to try and get themselves back in, because both players were really starting to get themselves settled in. But Atherton, by and large, he's done his job. He's actually gotten them off to an absolute flyer. And North Sydney, while disappointed that they've lost to Atherton, they know they still have the upper hand in this game at the moment.
Yeah, good strong start for the Bears, and a fine kick-off, so to speak, and more to come, no doubt.
100%, and you think that 9 runs and over here after 9 overs as a run rate, a great platform. I think Kiwi Mick 200's got to be on the cards here. Particularly, they had a bit of a slow start as well. So
Avendano's still here, and it seems that they seem to be clearing the field pretty easily. You know, a lot of 6s and 4s, even in that sort of 5-over period I've been here. But coming to the wicket now in jersey #98,
We've got a little bit of memorabilia here pointed out by Jim Maxwell, just showing one of the old shields from Sydney Grade Cricket way back when, the old names of some of the clubs here. Absolutely fascinating to see here.
James Rue, the Englishman, is the new batter.
James Rue is on strike. Left-handed batter here. And nice length ball pushed it to the man at point for no run. And it's 2 for 81 here in the 10th over.
And we've seen this year in particular a lot of the English players now coming over, getting their first chance. The first time they've been able to do that in a couple of years.
Oh, and he's gone for the cheeky sweep early in his innings. He'll pick up one, and they will run back for a second as well. Plenty of room out there behind square. 2 for 83. Rules off the mark.
And, you know, now that a lot of the COVID restrictions have been lifted, we've got the England players over here, the opportunity to be able to chance themselves and get themselves set. Because as we all know, a lot of the up-and-coming England players, they're coming over here, playing in Australia, getting themselves set for a future Ashes tilt.
And Rue with the reverse, so this should be caught. Yes, it is. Caught to the traditional point position, but off that reverse sweep. Rue has gone for only 2. This is a bit of a pickup for Eastern Suburbs, getting a couple of wickets, and it's 3 for 83 as we close in towards the halfway point of the innings.
Disappointing way to get out there. Probably a little bit too ambitious to get themselves going, but we do know, Mearsy, that there is a lot of batting to come in this UTS North Sydney lineup, so they won't be under any pressure as it is in this stage here. But Tim, we have seen over the last few years, we do know that the England players do use this as a way to get set to playing in Australia or playing against Australians in this case. And, you know, we've seen some big names sort of come out in their own rights, and the opportunity to be able to go and watch them at the suburban grounds when they do come and visit.
Yeah, it's great for the sport, isn't it? And, you know, we love the sort of mother country, so to speak. And, look, it's terrific for sport, for people, for community, and look, why wouldn't you if you're from England and you fancy a bit of better weather and better people and community, come to Australia and get amongst it.
Mearsy, of course, a couple of years ago when we played, called Gordon Mason Crane playing for them at the time, now playing for England.
Well, 2 weeks ago at Mossman had Dom Bess, the England off spinner. We were calling him 2 weeks ago at Allan Border Oval. So it's great to see them come out. It won't be the first, won't be the last, and it's great to see these. They come and lend their name here, and they give a bit of spotlight to these games, which, as I said, I think we know more than most that they deserve something like that, and the more eyeballs on it, the better, I feel.
Scabaris now to Reynolds, slices this one away, backward a point to the man
shot
on the fence. They will pick up an easy 2. Nice little shot there by Tim Reynolds, but Scabaris here has picked up a couple of wickets in this over, and it's 3 for 85.
And he's doing quite well, knowing that he's got to do this with no Marcus Atala and no John O'Cook in this lineup here. So a lot of pressure on him to be able to perform here as he now bowls to Reynolds.
So right arm spin here, Scabaris, a very good over, and this one just blocked straight back to the bowler. And that's the end of 10 overs, 3 for 85. I'm going to have a quick water and half a bottle of Coke. Back to you, Matt Mears.
Thanks, Kiwi Mick. Bit descriptive, but that's the way we like it. I said it's been a great platform for North Sydney so far. They probably would wish that they haven't lost those 3 wickets, but I think anytime Justin Avendano's at the crease and he's 21 not out of 12 deliveries, they'll think that they're in a good position.
And what a blessing it is to have Avendano available for the Bears here today. He plays such an important role in this lineup, surely on the cusp for a Sixers contract. Tim, you could probably make that happen, couldn't you, right now?
Look, I'm going to hit the phones right after this, actually, and get that job done for you.
Glenn Shippert, if you're listening in, get this man a contract.
Yes, indeed.
Well, Avendano's on strike. First ball, the 11th over, just plays it back to the bowler, no run.
We've seen the development over the last couple of years, and in particular, North Sydney Bears. You know, they went through that very rough patch in the middle of the tens, but they've now come, you know, for lack of a better term, roaring back as it is, and have now got themselves into a position where even in the 2-day format, they are now one of the form teams in the competition at this stage.
Yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? Great to see, and I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying being with you today. What a brilliant opportunity. It's a nice afternoon here. The oval's looking great, isn't it?
It is looking absolutely beautiful here. The pitch is an absolute belter. Don't worry about the green colour of it. It is rock hard underneath.
Yes.
Harper coming in for his 3rd delivery to Avendano. He leaves this one. 3rd dot ball in a row. Harper getting a bit of respect here from Abendano.
A lot of respect here, but he is hitting that very good length. And probably the one thing he's getting off this pitch at the moment is just that little bit of nibble away, and probably Avendano's not quite ready to have a go at that just yet.
If it was the 19th over, I would be worried if I was over mid-off, as someone's just pushed onto the leg side. No one in at mid-wicket. They're all back on the boundary. They'll look for 2, but well in by the fielder at deep mid-wicket. They pick up another single. 3 for 86 here in the 11th. And
really, the connection now is sort of building. We're now seeing sort of UTS North Sydney really start to position themselves here. The relationship with UTS itself as an organisation, as a pathway there. Seeing that combination now starting to develop, because that's also not only going to develop the superstars of tomorrow, it's also going to give kids the opportunity to be able to study and play the sport that they love.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, UTS has had a lot to do with this community. There's UTS North's athletics, and UTS has been involved in a number of organisations and sports and bodies, and indeed, look, I'm a very proud UTS alumni. 8 years at good old UTS, business and law, and very proudly so.
Reynolds just picks up another single into the vacant mid-wicket. 3 for 87 here. 1 ball left in the 11th over, and Avendano plays this out on to the offside. He finds the fielder at short cover. So after 11 here, UTS North Sydney, 3 for 87.
Uh-oh. You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that.
I'm here as a commentator. I'm not here as a member of any team. That's the only time you can't say it.
Yeah, well,
commentators are
well,
not
actually,
part of it.
you might have just given them life. You might have just given them life if you've mentioned the 87. They're not allowed to mention it at this stage. So we're going to be set here for the next over here. It's going to be facing more off spin.
Yep.
The one thing I've got to say, some very questionable hair in this team.
Well, first one from Reynolds gets played down to the fielder at long on. Another single to the total. 3 for 88. There you go, Mr.
They're off.
Caruso.
They made it.
We're off. We're fine. No, I have seen it quite a bit as a player. The 87 coming usually for the good, needing a wicket and losing one at 87. As Avendano's on strike, and he goes big. Runs to the total.
Yep.
That's going to leave a white mark on the sight screen right there. But a cracking shot there, and that is the class of Avendano.
Yeah, nice big clean hit. Yeah, beautifully done.
I think the Bears will be looking for more of that, as he's still on strike again, and he goes big again.
There's a fielder there.
And he's gone. The cardinal sin of a batter. He's hit the big shot down the ground. He thought, well, I'm going to go for it again. And unfortunately for the Bears, he picks out the fielder at long on, and that's 4 wickets down now for the Bears with the score on 94.
They're going to have to consolidate themselves now here with Avendano out, going for one too many. We saw him earlier in the innings. He hit a couple of cracking balls and followed it up with just a single or even a block, showing that he did have his eye in. Probably a touch too aggressive at that point, Tim.
Yeah, sort of sense of urgency after the pace had slowed up a bit. I guess they thought they'd better get on with it. And that was a beautiful 6 the ball before, and obviously was hoping to repeat it, but wasn't to be.
The other thing we're starting to see here is the talk about how it was going to. We thought it was a new ball deck. We saw that the ball was coming on beautifully. Eastern Suburbs have had to react to that, really slow the pace of the ball up coming through. It's working to an extent, but what we're seeing at the moment is even if they drop it just a fraction too short, that ball is sitting up. It is coming on enough that a cross-bat shot is coming into play in a very big way.
Well, 100%, and it's longer down the ground, so that's the way they've got to make them hit. And as I said, if it is short, they can use those short boundaries to their advantage, the Bears team. But if they pitch it up east, it's hard to go down the ground. Avendano would have backed his power, but just unfortunately just not quite out of the middle of the bat. And he's back in the pavilion as James Greenslade is the new batter to the crease. He's actually the leading run scorer in Premier Cricket, as I found out today doing my research. Coming in at number 6. For the Bears here, they'll be hoping that he can keep up where Avendano left off, and he gets off the mark here down the ground. The fielder will come in off the boundary, and they'll pick up another single. Jeez. They'll move to 4 for 95 here, 1 ball left in the 12th over.
They'll still be looking at around about a target of about 160 to 170 probably in terms of the number of runs you'll need to get. But, you know, it's about trying to keep that momentum all the way through.
100% as the next one's come in and he beats the fielder at point. Oh, again, risky fielding out there on the boundary. A bit of a bobble and lets them come back for 2. We've talked about some of that fielding and Tim Reynolds able to get back for 2 there. So 12 overs gone here at Bon Andrews, UTS North Sydney, taking on Eastern Suburbs here in the Kingsgrove Sports Centre T20 Cup. And the Bears 4 for 97 here. 8 overs to go. As I said, that 4 wickets down. If they can keep a few more wickets in hand, I think we'll see them go big because we've seen that some of these balls can disappear. They're going to need runs on the board if they're going to get the W and still book themselves still be in for a chance to book themselves into a place come semi-finals next Sunday.
Of course, there's a new feature that we've got here for the T20 Cup, the Thursday afternoon games. The first time that we've had midweek matches for this. One of the ones we have seen a couple of times, Tim, and certainly some of your colleagues up in the Hills District would have enjoyed having Parramatta playing night games up at Bruce Purser.
Yeah, I personally think a midweek game is fantastic, very civilised. I mean, it's good enough for people to go, you know, midweek sailing and all of that. Let's get the cricket on midweek as well. And beautiful conditions here today, and good smattering of people around the ground, and just terrific to be here.
Be able to come in and do your work while you're here as well, I guess.
Yeah, exactly right. Multitask. Bring the laptop. Bring the family. Get stuck into it.
So Harper there, he's back for his 3rd over. Only gone for 9 here off 2.2 overs. He's really slowed down the run rate, and first run there for Greenslade off him, just pushed into the offside. He's now 2 off 4 deliveries. Reynolds back on strike to Harper. Again, just pushing down the ground. This slower pace is really holding up in the wicket. And I think Norse would be preferring the ball be hitting the middle of the bat and go for those big shots. But at the moment, just having to consolidate with those 4 wickets down.
And that's really the challenge they've got here at the moment, is that change of pace, really making it difficult to really get up and under if they want to do that, as we've seen before, as the next ball's about to be bowled.
Yeah, Greenslade back on strike. He comes down the wicket. And it's another 4 runs there. That fielder that's down sweeping on that western boundary.
Ollie Cox.
He's been in the firing line all day, and it's probably only landed about 5 metres from him, but it's taken a bounce and I think spun away from him a little bit. And that's the first boundary for Greenslade.
I'll tell you what,
for 103 here in the 13th.
I'll tell you what, Tim, he's copped a couple of nasty bounces out there. It's not exactly the cleanest carpet out there.
No, it looks a bit that way, doesn't it? But that sounded nice as it hit the fence, and good to see for the Bears.
It picks up another single here. They'll look for 2. Nice placement there by the left-hander to let them get back. Just in that nice big gap there, just between the cover sweeper and mid-off.
And no overthrows this time, we should point out as well. No overthrows.
They've been listening to you, Anthony. They've been backing up very well.
Have I been that harsh today?
Just today?
Just today? You sure Campbelltown Camden haven't already cut me off yet?
Parramatta or... We don't need to get the list out here with our esteemed company, as Greenslade again just pushes this one down to mid-on. They'll pick up another single.
And we are hoping as well, Tim, that you'll be able to join us from time to time as well after the state election next year for the coverage of rugby league, as we will be back calling the men and the women's next year, especially considering how well the women's in the Harvey Norman Premiership did.
Yes, indeed. Well, look, I'm always up for a bit of guest commentary, and my old boss from many years ago, John Howard, was always such an enthusiastic commentator, and hopefully I learnt a thing or 2 from him, and of course from you too, Anthony. And
well, the only downside is, of course, he was a Dragon supporter, so we won't hold that against him too much.
Yeah, he certainly loved his cricket, no question. I mean, I remember, years and years ago, having the cricket on, and Mr. Howard would from time to time come on to the television, and he loved it. He just absolutely adored the opportunity, and it was great stuff.
Well, they take a quick one there, a little bit of hesitation, but with the fielder being right out on the circle, they're able to get through for another single.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because, of course, I think he did play, again, another one. He played a couple of games for Sydney University back in the day. People don't know it from the famous clip of him bowling while with the troops. But, of course, back in the day, he used to bowl off spin for Sydney University back then. but he used to speak a lot about following his childhood hero in Keith Miller.
Another single there to the total from Reynolds. Just plays it out into the covers.
And, of course, this was back in the day when a lot of the Australian players used to still play for their local club team. So you could actually trot out to somewhere like North Sydney Oval, like Allan Border Oval, and watch them still playing at the club level.
Yeah, and he was a huge Richie Beno fan, and he always just felt that cricket was a wonderful sport, you know, the way it brought people and community together, and indeed right across the world. And yeah, Mr. Howard and cricket go very well together, don't they?
Well, as long as he's not bowling these days here, but I'm sure we could get him up in the box at some point.
He still lives locally. It wouldn't take him long to get here.
Can we get him out as the ceremonial first ball for our charity game next door?
That is a great,
We might have to do that.
Great idea.
Oh, the toss.
we really
No, we've got a
might.
suggestion for the toss even. That might be an idea.
Well, there is a cricket game still going on here. The Crease Slate again pushes this one out into
There's a
the
chance!
side. It is they're having to go for these quick singles. They've dried up the boundaries here, and 14 overs gone. You're gonna get me for this one too, Caruso. 4 for 111 here after after 14.
Everyone on 1 foot. Everyone on 1 foot.
Everyone on 1 foot. Nelson up here for UTS North Sydney, but you would have thought they probably need to get a little bit of a move on now here with only 6 overs left in the innings.
But what Eastern Suburbs have done really well is just slowed up the pace of the ball here. It's not coming on as much as they were doing as it was coming on before. And I just think the challenge they've got Skelly and O'Byrne, who've still got overs left. As the next delivery comes in, it's going to be dropped down off the soft hands down through the slips court, and it will be a single to add to the total. The problem they've got here, Eastern Suburbs, is that they've still got overs to bowl. They've got Skelly and O'Byrne to come back, and I'm not sure if they're the bowlers they want bowling at the death, given how well the ball is still coming onto the bat late in the innings. It's a big risk, Tim, isn't it?
Yeah, no, well, it is. I mean, the Bears are going to want to get stuck into it, and if you've got more pace coming onto the ball, of course, there's the opportunity to, you know, have it come off the bat more quickly as well. So let's see. It's going to be a very interesting few overs.
How would you set this field up, Mearsy, given, you know, you've got Skelly and O'Byrne to come back in? Would you try to bowl straight?
Can ask for 9 fielders on the fence. As Reynolds tries to go big that one, it was just on leg stump. He was trying to get that short boundary onto the western side, but unfortunately for him, fortunately for East, it just comes off the pad. They pick up another leg by, but it's been a great spell here from Blake Harper. He's only 3 deliveries left in his 4 overs, only gone from 18. I think he's really turned this game around with his changes of pace as Greenslade pushes this one out onto the leg side. It's fielded by that man out on the square leg fence, but he does well. They only pick up another single.
Well, as we said before, it's they're doing this here. No John O'Cook, no Marcus Atala here for Eastern Suburbs. So their bowling attack is lacking that little bit of variety, but we are seeing a great fight back here from Harper.
Reynolds tries again to go big, but can only find the fielder at short cover. Another dot ball.
We'll be losing Tim James very shortly as he does have to head off to other commitments. But just a final thing here as well, seeing how with the two organisations are coming together, seeing how well that the clubs are being organised. The next delivery comes in.
Yeah, it's just pushed down the field. Another single there. Great spell there from Harper. They'll look for 2, but they won't come back. So he finishes 4 overs, no wicket for 20. Only 5 runs an over off his spell. He has turned the game around for East, and with 5 overs to go, 4 for 115, and Kiwi Mick will take over again for the last 5 overs.
How important is it going to be for the community to really get behind the Bears, not only in terms of rugby league, but also with cricket, and given the power that it's got and the drive it's got, not only for men's but for women's sport as well?
Yeah, mate, people in this area are really passionate about sport. We've got great facilities, terrific local clubs, and just backing your local team is so important. And, I'd encourage everyone listening and everyone in this community to get involved, become a member of your local club, come along to a game on a Thursday afternoon like this. It is very civilised, and just to get behind local sport, it means a lot, no question, at a local level, but more broadly as well.
And we'll try and get that celebrity game going here as another single is scored by UTS North Sydney. Tim James, thank you so much for joining us here today, and we look forward to having you next year.
It's a great pleasure. Thanks very much, guys. It's been a great honour and pleasure to join you in the commentary box.
Oh, thank you very much. Welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
So this one driven straight back to the bowler, and that was Reynolds on strike. It's going to be Scarborough again, who's put in a very good spell here. And this is a nice little cut shot to that man at that deep point position. They will pick up another single. Back on the strike will be Greenslade now, the left-handed batter, of course. Pretty good little spell here by Scarborough. He's really turned things around and brought Eastern Suburbs back into this match. Spin at both ends at the moment. This is driven, and that's going to be 6. What a massive shot that one is. That's going to roll all the way to North Sydney Oval, that one, or even Percy's or North Sydney Hotel. That's smashing into the ground behind our grandstand. What a great shot that was by Greenslade. And that's about the 5th time today the ball has gone for 6 and well and truly cleared the fence.
I'm just waiting for the one onto the freeway, but we only get them up the western side. Maybe they've done some sort of deal, I don't know. But it's another great hit. It's almost ruined his figures here for Scavaris. He was only 22 off 3.4 overs, obviously now on to 28 with that 6. But him and Harper with their changes of pace, making the batters have to do all the work, certainly has changed this innings around.
So great shot there by Greenslade. This one on a good length, but nice little fine cut to that backward point area. They will pick up another single. Nice work here by Greenslade. That's the end of 11 overs as we just quickly have a update on the official score here. And it's 4 for 125. 4 overs left. We were saying 200 was on the cards earlier, Matt Mears, but Eastern Suburbs, to their credit, in the last sort of 7 or 8 overs have slowed it down.
Well, I can vividly remember they were 81 off 9, and going at 9 and over, you thought that it was on here, but the bowling partnership between those two, those 8 overs have gone for next to nothing, and it's really put North Sydney on the back foot here. You'd think they need to at least get to 160 or something, that 8 runs and over, to give themselves something to bowl at, because we can see the ground. We've seen if you pitch it short here, the ball will disappear, and these are very short side boundaries. So, as I said, you're going to need a big total for Eastern Suburbs to have to try and chase.
So it's going to be Annabelle back into the attack from the northern end of the ground, bowling to Greenslade. Left arm bowler to left-handed batter, flicks it off his pads for an easy single to the man at deep square leg, down on that highway side of the ground, you could say. And it's through to 127 now, the score.
Well, as I said, like you look at that short boundary towards the east, or towards that the freeway end here, and you just feel that fence is not high enough if they really get a hold of one of these deliveries, and you really think they have to at this stage to try and get themselves into this match, because, as I said, we're looking for 200. You were really hoping that they were going to be able to get to that. We're obviously, I think, a little bit selfish in wanting Avendano to come and really put it on a number. We've been able to commentate with on his innings before. He's been in the commentary box with us before, and we'd love to have seen a big innings from him, but probably unfortunately for the Bears, but fortunately for East, he unfortunately fell to the shot down the ground, trying to go for the 6 after hitting one the ball before, and made it a little bit hard for the batters here, but you'd still think with only just over 20 balls left in the innings that they're going to have to start playing a few more expansive shots as they tick down.
So Reynolds back on strike now as they adjust that sight screen at the northern end of the ground. Left arm bowler to the right-handed batter, flicks it away and beats that man on the 45-degree angle for 4. Impressive stuff there by Reynolds. Just hit it well enough to beat that fielder. 4 for 130. They're very quick with updating the score, these scorers.
Well, they're literally below us. So they're as said, and you got one of the best in the business in Sarah Berriman down there.
Yep.
It's good to see her when we were coming into the ground today. I think she made her Sheffield Shield scoring debut last week or the week before, so congratulations to her. But as I said, that's more what the doctor ordered for Norse.
And Reynolds here, it's a bit of a slower ball, but he guides it away to the man at deep point. So 4 for 131 here in the 17th. Wonder what sort of a score they'll be looking for now. Maybe 170, you would think?
160 would have to be minimum, you would think, at this stage, and that 8 runs and over. They said we saw what their attack's like 2 weeks ago, but you got Matt Alexander coming back in to bolster them, the left arm pace. But again, we've seen it's the slow bowlers that the ones that can get the job done. So it'll be interesting to see what they can produce. But as again, we wait for side screens to get moved. We've had a little bit of that today.
Yep, certainly have. We've had a lot of sixes, a lot of fours, a few misfields, and a few side screen adjustments. Here goes Green Slate on strike to Annabelle again. Driven nicely. And they're going to take on the man inside the circle for a single. It's getting to that time of the innings. 4 for 132 here. And we've got 2 balls left in the 17th over. Again, they roll the sight screen around. And it's actually the fielders out there having to do that, which we've talked about before. I mean,
this is what we love. But they're trying to, I think, now make it so they can
do both sort of angles.
Without having to keep changing them ball after ball. But a little birdie's just told me that, as I said, we were talking about Sarah Berriman, who one of our favourites here at North Sydney. But we talked about Claire Polisak before. She's out there in the middle. But she won the Active Challenge Official of the Year award at the New South Wales Sports Awards during the week as well. So lots of talent here on and off the field for this game.
Reynolds picks up a very easy single to the man inside the circle on the onside. 4 for 133, 1 ball left in the 17th.
I said as we hopefully don't have to wait too much more for these side screens now, but you think though that this pace-off option's working so far for Eastern Suburbs, but it's what's now left in the tank with Harper and Scabaris. They were the ones that really slowed down that rate. Their overs are gone now, and these 3 overs are going to be important.
Green Slate on strike to close off the 17th, goes down the ground and misses it. Umpire says it's all good. 17 overs gone. 4 for 133.
Well, good to be back here in the commentary box here. It's a good little burst here from UTS North Sydney to be able to get things going again. I'm still saying 150 on the cards there as a bare minimum. I'd be thinking 160 they'd want to get here.
Well, only 17 off 3 overs being the last 3. You've got to be looking 160. But I do want to commend you. Thank you very much for getting our esteemed Member of Parliament in here as a special guest. Sometimes your special guest can be sometimes a little bit questionable, but I think today really delivered. It was great to hear from him and very refreshing, and nice to know that we're an establishment like the Bears really being looked after.
Absolutely, and having a chat with a couple of players downstairs, he pitched the idea, and apparently the cricket club have been looking to try and do something like that. They haven't had the support from the very top. Who knows? We might have just started something.
Well, hopefully we at least get invited as the official commentary team of any such game that does come down.
So it's going to be
Rhino Byrne.
Rhino Byrne to bowl now in jersey 12. And it will be, of course, Reynolds on strike. So this is when the fireworks could start. 4 for 133 with 18 balls left. Here goes O'Byrne. Bit of a full toss, drives it through the covers, and that's going to be 4. So a bit of a loosener there by O'Byrne, and Reynolds puts that away. 4 for 137.
Well, that's the risk. We saw him earlier in the innings, and it's just out and out pace, and we've seen on this wicket it might not be the best answer, but with the slower bowlers bowling out, they've got to come back and bowl these death overs, but they need to learn and take the ball pace off the ball.
O'Byrne again to Reynolds. This is a slower ball outside the off stump. Umpire says it's okay, but has a little bit of a look back at the umpire, but looks like it was inside the old line.
No, I don't. I think that was probably well outside the wide line there. Yep. But what I think you'll find happen with that is that because the batter had shifted so far across in the crease, that line shifts then as well. So I think that's a fair call there by umpire Polisak.
O'Byrne again to Reynolds. And another slower ball, and he slices this one through the covers, and it's just going to beat that man racing around towards our commentary area. It's into the park again. There's been so many 4s and 6s over this side of the ground on our commentary area side of the ground.
It must be dead set like a 95-5 split for boundaries we've seen on this western side. Is there some deal being made that they're not allowed to hit towards the freeway end?
No, I reckon what it is you got the 3 sponsorship banners on the side of the fence there, and that's what they're aiming for there. Maybe they've got some deal.
Well, they don't even pick them up on Frogbox. You can't see the sponsors on Frogbox.
Maybe they got something with Gage Rose. Maybe you got to hit the sign, something like that. Bring back the sign hitting. We want the Mercantile Mutual sign back.
Yeah, remember that.
I think tonight when you go home, that can be a part of your proposal for our celebrity game.
O'Byrne again. Couple of 4s off this over already. Another slower ball drives it. Is this going to split the field? No, the fielder's going to race around and cut this one off. He originally was at that long off position. Another misfield, and it's nearly rolled away for 4. Half a chance of a run, and it's all happening here at Bon Andrews number 2. Bit of a far cry from the MCG, like they used to say. But
Mate, I think they've been very well looked after here at Bon Andrews Reserve. Like I said, I was a bit sceptical. I'd never been here before. They told me about this little platform up here, and I'm like, okay, but I think this is probably one of the better places we've called a game of cricket from.
Green Slate on strike now. 4 for 1, 4-4.
It's about the closest we've been to the play, isn't it?
Yeah, generally we're
Very
as far
good
away
view
as
to commentate
possible.
from, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless it was Mossman last week when the pitch was about 20 metres away from us because it was on the edge of the square.
So here goes O'Byrne, all the old reverse paddle. Will this roll away for 4? So fielder races down there to retrieve. Chance for a run out? No. 4 for 1, 46.
The throw needed to be good there. Almost needed to be a direct hit, but as soon as the keeper had to take a step and a half on either side, there was no way that was going to be a run out there. Good running there from UTS North Sydney to get that. That paddle shot that he was aiming for. He was aiming to try and get it somewhere close to the practice wickets at the Falcon Street end of the ground. If he managed to do that, that would have gone for 4.
This is a good over here by UTS North Sydney, and this one just guided to backward point. And that is a very average misfield. Certainly not a good fieldsman myself, but Anthony Caruso, that's stating the obvious. 4 for 1, 4-7. 2 overs to go. That's a good little accelerator. All of a sudden, 170 could be on the cards as Matt Mears coughs up a lung.
He's absolutely coughing up along here at the moment. Don't worry, we're all okay down here. We know it's not anything too serious there. And funnily enough, the fielder who actually misfielded that was the captain himself in Angus Robson. That doesn't look good for them when the captain himself does a misfield like that coughs up an extra run.
They probably let about 15 extra runs through.
I think so, yeah.
With misfields and overthrows and...
It's not been a great fielding performance here from Eastern Suburbs, and it's probably reflective of the position that they're in right now in the Kingsgrove T20 Cup. You really need to be cutting off every run you get because it is gold, especially. And I think what set them off was the overthrow that went for an extra 4 runs. That hurt them and really did set the scene for what has been not a great performance in the field.
So Green Slate on strike again. 2 overs to go. 4 for 1, 47. As we take a bit of a pause here. And this one, he's bowled him. What a great delivery there by a very good quick delivery by Scully. And he's bowled a middle stump. He's ripped a stump almost out of the ground with that one. And Green Slate is gone. 5 for 147.
Yeah. UMIS, I hit it by this stage, going straight for middle stump there. The batter trying to hoik it out of the ground here. That's what you're going to expect now in the last couple of overs. It's all systems go here to go for the end. As the new batter coming out here, number 9, the all-rounder, Ollie Knight. And we know Ollie Knight, he can hit them when it's in the slot. So this is either going to be a very quick innings or we could see some fireworks for the end of the innings.
That's right. Ollie Knight takes guard. I've got a bit of a feeling here that Highway could be under threat with a big boomer from the left-handed batter. It's going to be Scully to steam in from just outside the 30-metre circle. It's getting exciting, this game now. He runs in and, no, he's just going to dab into the offside for a single. 5 for 148.
And that's probably the length that he needs to bowl at. It's just that short of a length where they can't allow the batter to either get underneath it or go for the drive itself. So he needs to pull the length back, really aim for top of off, take most of the shots out and just force them to just drop their hands and just go for the quick single.
So it's going to be Reynolds on strike now. 10 deliveries left. 5 for 148. Can they push it through to 170? It would be a very competitive total. Of course, about the 8th over mark, they were looking at sort of 180, 200. But Eastern Suburbs have definitely pulled it back a bit. Here goes Scully again. Oh, this is a beautiful shot off his pads into the trees. And an old gentleman over there has dropped the catch, but not a bad effort.
He's dropped an absolute sitter, to be perfectly honest. He should have absolutely gobbled that catch out there in the crowd. But what a great shot that was. A little bit across the line, but he got all of it. It was in the slot to hit, and he didn't miss out on that at all.
Another 6 to this side of the ground. So they've absolutely, definitely made the most of the boundary hitting here. UTS North Sydney, 5 for 154 here in the 19th over. Scully runs in again. To Reynolds, the right-handed batter, well established at the crease. Beautiful cover drive. He beats the fielder, but he deflects at this fieldsman to the man racing around on the fence. 1 run, 5 for 155.
A crucial touch there. Just took enough of the pace off that it gave the fielder out in the deep a chance to cut it off there. It was Ryan O'Byrne who managed to get around eventually to cut it off, but a crucial touch there. That could have been 4 more runs if he didn't get a hand on it.
Absolutely. So it will be Ollie Knight back on strike, the left-hander. Very well built. He'll definitely have that power if he connects.
Geez, you wouldn't mind seeing him in the front row of a rugby league team, would you?
And he's gone. Caught behind. It was pretty wide. He hit a bit of a wave of the wand outside off stump, and he's gone through to the keep. A pretty muted celebration by Eastern Suburbs. 6 for 155.
That's what you're going to expect to do. He tried to just run it off the face of the bat to try and work it down for some runs there, but he's only just ended up edging it back to the keeper in Max Glenn, and it's another wicket for Sam Skelly. As the new batter coming out here will be Robbie Aiken, the veteran. I don't imagine there's going to be too big in terms of shots, but what Robbie is very good at doing is finding gaps, playing that Michael Bevan sort of innings, turning ones into twos. The only question I do have, as we saw from the game out at Allan Border Oval, is if his hamstrings will hold up.
That's right. Of course, he has had the 14-day turnaround from that match.
Depending on whether he played on the Saturday, of course.
Oh, yes. But good match in prospect here. Remembering both teams desperate to try and jag a win here, with the last round being on Sunday, which we'll be covering here on Triple H, of course. Runs in and bowls again. Scully drives it. This one's pretty much just gone straight up. The man there at mid-off takes it easily, so he's on a hat-trick all of a sudden, is Scully. And Robbie Aitken is gone, 7 for 155.
As we often say on this, donations to the primary club, ladies and gentlemen, here, all for a very good cause there. But Aiken trying to get underneath it. He didn't get the pace of it at all. It got it high on the bat, and it's gone straight up and straight down for an easy catch. The question is going to be now, I think that's the end of the over. He will not get a chance to bowl his hat-trick ball. No, that's it. That's the end of the over. That's the end of his 4 overs. He will not get a chance to bowl the hat-trick ball.
Wow, what a anticlimax that is for a bowler. And obviously it wouldn't continue to the next match.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it does. One of the trivia pieces we have, Mizik will confirm this as well, a hat-trick can go across innings in the same game.
In a 2-day match, in a test match or
pretty much
match.
like, has to be at the same ground against the same team.
Yes, but we have seen that happen before. I mean, I think Mervyn Hughes, of course, the most famous hat-trick to have occurred. It was at Perth. It was across innings, but that is a legitimate hat-trick, that.
Yeah, though I think I was watching some of the test coverage yesterday. They were talking about that.
So O'Byrne now to Fletcher May on strike. Oh, and he's absolutely smashed this one for 6 into the picket fence.
I think that might be 4. I think that was half volley for 4.
Commentator's curse. Hashtag. Or maybe not hashtag.
No, I think you'll find the new batter coming in. We'll get confirmation on it.
Fletcher May.
Fletcher May has come in. But I think that might have been Tim Reynolds who hit that.
It will be, because Reynolds will be on strike.
Yep.
So it was Reynolds, in fact. So it's going to be O'Byrne again. To Reynolds. And this is going to be caught on the fence, is it? It was hit pretty hard there. The fielder did pretty good in that situation. It was almost on the highway. But another wicket here, and it's 8 for 159.
It's an absolute tracer bullet
Yeah.
coming at him. It's almost like it come out of a shotgun, I think, that one. And even though he's a good 50 metres from the bat, I think it was just a shock that he held onto it.
Yeah, Blake Harper out there, out in the deep there, managed to hold on to it. It was a good catch, but that if he didn't hold on to that, that was going to crash straight into his throat. It was hit that hard. He did well to hang on to it. The new batter coming out now is big Matty Alexander. Now,
Is he that one that you love? Which one is the Alexander?
No,
It's his
well,
brother.
it's the older brother now,
Oh.
Matt Alexander. And
Sam Alexander is around here somewhere.
he is downstairs. He will be playing with us here. But a good innings there by Tim Reynolds. Big contributions being made here. Now, Matt Alexander, similar thing we've seen with Ollie Knight here. He's a big piece of timber, and he can hit them. If he gets a hold of it, he can hit them. He will pretty much have license with only 5 balls left.
8 for 159. I think it might be 4 deliveries to go. So can they press through to 170 here? They probably need a couple of boundaries. Alexander on strike. Left-hander. Oh, nice little guide there into that third man area. They should definitely pick up a couple as the man slides down on the fence there at the northern end of the ground. 8 for 161. 3 balls to go.
Well, they passed that 8-run per over mark, Mearsy, which is always a formidable mark.
Yeah.
But you get the feeling on this field, that's at least a competitive total.
Competitive, yes, but match winning, probably not. They said where they were 81 after 9, you thought 200 was on the cards. It's been a great effort here by East just to pull them back.
So here goes Alexander on strike. And he's gone for this one. He hasn't quite got hold of it. It will be short of the fielder on the boundary. They will pick up 1 to that man at deep cover. 8 for 162, 2 deliveries left.
Well said. I think he was trying to hit Anthony Caruso here in the commentary area, and it has skewed off to point.
Have I got that bigger target on me?
Yes.
Yeah.
But as I said, I think it's just my point of view of it skewing off the top edge. But I'm sure they'll be just happy to get another one to the total. And now it's up to Fletcher May. What can he do with 2 balls left in this innings?
So here goes O'Byrne again from the city end of the ground here at Bon Andrews Oval. And the block hole, they will pick up a single to the man on the offside. 8 for 163 with 1 delivery left.
Well, I said, that man, Matt Alexander, if he can get another nice little edge on it, maybe he can roll away for 4, but he'll certainly be trying to deposit this one somewhere as Anthony Caruso leaves the commentary area.
Here goes O'Byrne, swinging a miss outside the off stump. They're going to pick up a bye. The keeper's not going to throw at the stumps. And that should be the end of the innings. So 8 for 164 UTS North Sydney. There will be a target coming up shortly for Eastern Suburbs of 165. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Yeah, it was a tale of two innings. I feel here it was the first 9 overs certainly went the way of the Bears, but Eastern Suburbs hit back, particularly with that bowling partnership between Harper. 4 overs, none for 20, only going 5 runs and over. Plus the off spin of Mitchell Scabaris. He picked up 3 wickets, but he looked. They certainly did the job of slowing down the players. And Anthony Caruso has made his way out of the field. He has a special guest joining us right now.
Yeah, absolutely out here with Fletcher May at the moment. Fletcher, it started off as a brilliant start for North Sydney. At one stage, 1 for 81. Eastern Suburbs clawed a little bit of it back, but certainly a solid total for UTS North Sydney here to defend.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we bowl today, I did just sort of top of off, cock height. It looked quite difficult to hit off that length. And I think it's quite defendable.
The pitch itself here looked like it was a very good pitch, especially with the new ball for batting here. So what do you think is going to be the strategy now, given the pace attack that you do have in this team?
Not sure. I got no idea. I got no idea. I think just bowl. I think top of off and then bowl our fields, and then if we can do that, I think we'll be able to defend it.
The other thing that we did see here from Eastern Suburbs in terms of their fielding performance here, it was subpar. Probably gave away 20 runs here. That's 20 and extra runs you've probably got to defend there. Now, how important is it going to be given the fact that this is a relatively small field?
Pretty important. Yeah, if we can field well, that'll win us the game. I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us here. We'll let you get ready for it. So, Fletcher, a little bit embarrassing. I think he was about to get absolutely pranked by everyone else here Guys, we'll head you back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, certainly a popular member of the team, Fletcher May, and we apologise if there was any language there that some of our listeners may have found a little bit fruity, but we'll see if Anthony...
Fruity?
Well, I don't know how else
What
to
a
describe
description.
it. I don't know how else
Do we
to
need to
describe
say
it.
anything more?
You want to call me poultry? I don't know.
Okay.
But we'll go through the...
I think we need a break soon.
I think we certainly need a break. We'll go to it shortly. We do need to go through the scoreboard here for this game. UTS North Sydney, they finished 8 for 164 off their 20 overs. Atherton, he was caught by Max Glenn off the bowling of the off-spinner in Scuberis. 43 off 24. He got the innings off to a great start. Jenkins, he was the first wicket to fall. He was caught Nick Taylor off the bowling of Sam Skelly. He got 4 off 18. Justin Avendano, he looked like he was getting into the swing of things, but then he held out too long on. He was caught by O'Byrne down there off Scuberis. He was 28 off 19. James Rue, the Englishman, he came and went fairly quickly. Caught off the also Englishman in Angus Robson off the bowling of Scuberis. 2 off 3 deliveries. Tim Reynolds, he got out in that final over going for the big swing. Caught by Blake Harper off the bowling of O'Byrne. 40 off 26 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6. James Greenslade, he was out there as well with Reynolds, trying to put on some sort of a total. He was bowled by Skelly for 27 off 21. He got 1 4 and 1 6 as well. Ollie Knight, he came and went as well. 1 off 2 deliveries. Rob Aiken, he just skied his first delivery. He was out for a golden duck. Fletcher May, maybe one of our new favourite interviewees here. He finished 1 not out off 1 delivery. Matt Alexander was there as well. He was 3 not out off 3 deliveries. There was 5 extras as well that made up that 8 for 164. The bowling figures, Skelly, 4 overs, no maidens, 4 wickets for 28 there, picking up a few there at the end of the innings. Ryan O'Byrne, he also finished off. He was 4 overs, 1 for 37. Ollie Nabel, he bowled those left arm mediums, 3 overs, none for 29. Finlay McGurk, only 1 over of his off-spin. It went for 18, and the pick of the bowlers, in my mind, they certainly changed this perspective of this game towards Eastern Suburbs. Blake Harper, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20, and Mitchell Scuberis, 4 overs, 3 for 29. Anthony Caruso's here in the box with me. I think North's got the better of the starts, but in those middle overs, East were able to fight back through those 2 bowlers I just mentioned. It's now going to be up to the North Sydney bowlers whether 185 is enough that they can keep Eastern Suburbs under if they're going to take home the 2 points.
Well, the one thing we did that was quite apparent is the number of runs that were given away in fielding errors, and I think we counted about 20 for Eastern Suburbs there. That's 20 runs they shouldn't be chasing, along with the no balls and the free hits that they gave away then as well. It could have been... it was not a great performance by Eastern Suburbs out there. They've left themselves quite a bit of work to do. They do have a reasonably good batting lineup, but again, you know, they're missing their big name players. No Marcus Atala, no John O'Cook. We should mention as well, of course, he's normally in this lineup. No Baxter Holt either.
Yeah, he's playing for New South Wales in that Shield game at Victoria as well. So it'll be interesting to see. We know the target now here for Eastern Suburbs. It's 165 if they want to take home the chocolates here from Bon Andrews. But we'll take a break here on Triple H Sport and on the North Sydney Frog Box, or Friday afternoon if you're listening to our replay on Triple H 100.1 FM. So for the team, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that run chase.
Oh mate, that's huge, and Tim was really good. I love how he took this to Barker. He's talking Barker as well, so I'm just putting it back in. I don't know what it does. I think it's the battery. That is the battery. It's still on. Yeah, it's fine. It's just that's the battery. Yeah, it needed to go back in. But hey mate. Yeah, I know. Tell me he needs to go to the judiciary. Hurry up.
Hey, Richie, get Coke as well.
Yeah, it's a great spot up here. Correct.
Get Coke with the sausage. Hey, Preston. She's in there already.
Yeah. Rock hard underneath. I'm going to hand it because I'm going to feel like a drink and then we'll be back on. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad it's coming through nicely. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah, back here. That's what
Yeah.
So we first five, you want me to?
I don't mind. I said you can tell I'm struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I'll go first five then if you want.
Yeah, that's cool.
It could be a good finish for you, but it could finish in the end zone.
I don't mind. I don't even think I get these.
Then you got a cold.
Oh, science infection.
Yeah, you can sit here a little bit out.
Oh, mate, compared to what I was like on Monday, I'm 100% better. I was not in a good space, but I needed to get better, so I did. So we've got 2 games in 4 days, and the workers will play us tomorrow. We've got a big day of cricket and other stuff on Saturday, so I'm just going to push through, mate, and I'm going to sit next Monday. Yeah. That's glad I made it here. You're like, is it then you want you to leave or just stress the day at work?
Oh, I was
ringing
kind
up?
of joking then, but...
Oh, mate. Oh, mate, go for it. Listen, mine was stressful because I didn't think I'd get here in time. I was at 2:30 and I needed to have left by 2:30. I was still on the phone with the boss.
It's funny though, because I got bus at the same time, but got there a bit earlier this time.
Yeah, well, you have to go to make it. Still weird that you get that and then like that.
Yeah, you get what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Because you go from there.
There's no bus. I don't know why we don't have the bus that we come this way. It's a bit weird. I'm parked in the bowling club, so hopefully they don't let me in. Oh, you fucking know. We're back in the set. Yep. Last night.
Yes, welcome back to Bon Andrews Oval here in North Sydney, where we've got an interesting run chase coming up for you here. If you're just tuning in, whether you're listening on the Triple H Sports stream on the North Sydney Frog Box or on our 100.1 FM replay on Friday afternoon, it's UTS North Sydney taking on Eastern Suburbs in round 5 of the Kingsgrove Sports in a T20 Cup. UTS North Sydney finishing 8 for 164 off their 20 overs. As we await players, umpires to get in position. We've got Kiwi Mick Reinish here with us. I said it was maybe probably a few short than we were expecting at the halfway mark, but I think it's probably given us a more of an intriguing game here with a nice big carrot dangled in front of Eastern Suburbs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, UTS North Sydney after 8 overs would have thought 180, 190, 200, but a target of 165. Eastern Suburbs, to their credit, bowlers like Scarborough, bowled old Blake Harper, they definitely dragged it back in that second 10 overs especially. Yeah, going to be a good run chase. 165, like you said, it's an interesting target. Weather's good. Umpires are making their way out and wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Mate, we are lucked out
Thursday afternoon
here.
cricket.
We lucked out here. The view we have at the on the platform here at Bon Andrews, up with the Frogbox camera. If you are watching on Frogbox, you'll appreciate the view as well. If you are listening on our Triple H Sports stream, you can jump onto YouTube and find the vision for this game as well. We've got the commentary coming through on that as well. Or if you're listening on Friday afternoon on 100.1, you can go back and watch the full replay on YouTube as well. This is gotta love the technology that's available now, and we're thankful for North Sydney for letting us hook up to it and trusting us with the commentary over your Frogbox as well. We appreciate all the clubs that let us provide some commentary to the pitches as well. Sometimes I do tune in on a Saturday, and it would be nice to hear some commentary when you watch some of the Premier Cricket games. Maybe in the future we can look at something like that, but if we can bring something to these T20 matches to begin with, I think it is a great start. But players and umpires are now in the middle. Matt Alexander will be taking the first over for UTS North Sydney from this southern or city end. And for the first 5 overs, we'll cross over to Kiwi Mick Reinish.
Yes, thank you very much, Matt Mears. This is when it gets exciting. The start of a run chase in a 2020 match will be Angus Robson, the captain, to take strike. Nick Taylor at the non-strikers end. Matt Alexander, the big fast bowler, getting ready to steam in from the city end of the ground. Remembering, of course, UTS North Sydney had a great power play in their innings. And both teams desperate for a win as the umpire signals to the scorers, are we ready to rock and roll here for some 2020 cricket on a Thursday sort of twilight period here at 5:30, is it?
Yep,
Local time.
5:31 local time if you're
5:31
listening live.
and 20 seconds. So here goes Alexander. Left arm bowler, of course. And this one, nearly caught it first slip there. He will pick up a single to the man at third man. In fact, they come back for a second as well. So good start there for Eastern Suburbs. A little bit of an edgy one, but as we know with cricket, doesn't matter how you get the runs on the board. You can read it in the paper on Monday morning, if they still have papers.
I'm sure they do somewhere, not that we read them, but just dangling that one outside off stump. They've got the slip in there for that type of shot, but luckily for Robson and East, it was able to get past him and go down for 2 runs.
Alexander again to Robson, the captain for Eastern Suburbs, respectfully blocks this one into the offside for no run, no wicket for 2, and the first over the target 165.
Yeah, that's the sort of the length that Alexander needs to be on this pitch. We saw in the first innings, anything just a little bit too short was able to be dispatched to these short side boundaries here. They need to be sort of that just back of a length, top of off stump. Make them play straight where the boundaries are longer.
Here goes Alexander again, the big left armour. Runs in now to Robson again. Pretty much a carbon copy of the previous delivery. Just blocks it into the offside for no run.
Yeah, in the power play here, he's got to be on his line and length. Only 2 fielders out, one at deep square, one at third man. So it said this is the perfect field for what he's bowling here. But it said Matt Alexander, he's been around forever and a day. He'll know exactly what to do in these conditions.
So here he goes again. Nice steady start here by Alexander, finding the edge on the first one and a couple of blocks to follow. Again, bowls. A lot of a half shout for LBW. They're going to scream through for a single. If that was a direct hit at the non-striker's end, he was coming back to the dressing room there. No wicket for 3.
And the big thing here as well is that Angus is going to have to play a leading role with this. He's been a mainstay of this team forever and a day at the top of the order. He needs to be there cracking the whips towards the end of the innings.
So Nick Taylor on strike, opening up with 2 right-handed batters. Eastern Suburbs. It's North meets East here. 2020 cricket round 5 coverage here in the Sixers conference, of course, of the competition. Here goes Alexander again. This one flicked off his hip aerial. He will pick up a single to the man at deep square leg. No wicket for 4. 1 ball left in the first.
So luckily, the umpire out there, I think it's Pete Smolovich. He's the other umpire out there with Claire Polisate. Lucky he's not wearing a red shirt, or he would have swallowed that one very easily. But said it's a bit of a slow start, but we saw the same for the Bears. It's one of those pitches. It is a good new ball pitch. They'll just be waiting for that ball to go a little bit softer, and they'll be able to start piling up some runs.
Alexander to Robson again, blocked into the offside for no run. Tidy over there by Matt Alexander. No wicket for 4 after 1 over.
Of course, they coming into this performance here. Of course, no James Graham bowling at the other end. He's missing his bowling partner here today. So I imagine it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be doing in terms of who's bowling at the other end. Ollie Knight, you would normally expect to get the ball at some point, but it looks like it's going to be Fletcher May bowling at the other end.
Mate, spurred on by his chat with you after his batting innings.
Possibly.
Very fruitful chat, that one. So,
geez, that's very charitable. That's very charitable of you.
Well, it is Christmas time almost.
It is.
December the 1st.
Mate, is the tree up in the Kiwi Mick household yet?
No, that will be done in approximately 48 hours.
I was going to say in about 24 days, because that's about when mine goes up.
One thing we will have to do is maybe some score updates, because we should be getting a whole bunch of scores coming through now in terms of how everyone's finished. Because, of course, this game could have huge bearings on who's going to be making the big push on Sunday.
We'll see how that goes. We'll try and keep our focus here, but there are some big games going on around Sydney. It is a shotgun start, so to speak. All games on at 3:45 here on a Thursday.
Fletcher May now for his first delivery. Right arm fast. Guided away to the man at backward point. Misfield again. Well, this time the first one by UTS North Sydney single. And no wicket for 5.
The first one I can tell you, Mearsy. Gordon versus UNSW out at Chatswood Oval. Gordon 8 for 196 off their 20. UNSW in response, they're 0 for 25 off 2.3.
Well, that's at David Phillips South.
David Phillips South, I should say, yes.
So we know that is quite a small boundary there. As I knew that they weren't able to play at Chatswood. If they weren't able to play at David Phillips, they would have taken it to Boucham. So that could have been an interesting game.
The captain back on strike. Robson again just blocks it into the offside for no run.
The next game out at Coogee Oval, Randwick Petersham finishing their 20 overs at 7 for 181. And the big play there, Anthony Sam, 62 off 45, playing a leading role there. And then at Harold Fraser Reserve, yes, Harold Fraser, not Hurstville Oval, Mossman 1 for 78.
There's a lot of filling grounds, and we'll see them as we go along.
So here goes May again. Robson goes down the wicket, flicks it off his hip, one bounce into the fence for 4. Another 4 in the side of the ground here at the North Sydney Hotel, North Sydney Oval side of the ground, and that moves the score through to no wicket for 9.
Well, you can't bowl like that. Even if the batter is charging at you, you need to be able to almost jam it in at their feet, follow the batter there. But he's pitched it way too short to adjust. He's overcorrected, and that's an easy flick for 4 runs, Mearsy.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too straight here. They do have the cover out there at square leg, but they said anything that's on the hip like that you can just sort of paddle away, you're going to get it over the man inside the circle's head, and it'll go away for 4. So May just has to watch his line there and making sure he's getting it in those correct areas.
So May to Robson again. Oh, and a swing and a miss there, beaten outside the off stump. That had a little bit more zip and pace in it, that one from May. And it's a dot ball.
The last game in the Sixers conference out at Graham's Reserve is Manly versus Sutherland. Manly finishing at 5 for 141. Joel Davies, 68 off 44. Sutherland, they're 2 for 22. Sam Constas out off the first ball of the innings, claimed by Stephen O'Keefe, and Jared Biviano out for 6 soon after.
So here goes Mater Robson again, goes down the wicket. He hasn't quite got hold of it, but it might reach the fence. Let's have a look. No, it's just going to pull short. They'll run a couple here to that deep cover position. No wicket for 11.
That's crazy, that game at Graham's Reserve. Having to move because they've got the Carrolls on tonight at Manly Oval. But when you've got a Manly team that has Steve O'Keefe, Ollie Davies, and Mornay Morkel playing, and they're at Graham's Reserve. Wow. Wonder if they're using the change rooms in the swimming pool.
Well, have they got the roof extension down at Graham's Reserve so Mornay can fit?
Oh,
because that's not a big door.
It is not a big door.
Robson on strike again, guides it to the man at backward point for no run.
It's actually a good recovery here from Fletcher May, considering how many runs he was risking to go after conceding that early boundary miss. He's done well to claw that one back.
Yeah, just got off his line and length just a little bit. But he found that where he needed to be outside off stump, and it was a good finish there for the young interviewee. I don't think we'll be forgetting his contributions for a little while.
He was speaking to me afterwards. He did say it's his first time ever having done a media interview. He has never been. He said he's faced some pretty big quicks throughout his time, and it's the most nervous he's ever felt on a cricket field was actually giving an interview.
I'd be nervous if you approached me on a cricket field as well. We've had Macca, our good friend Dave McDonald from Alive, tell us about playing against you this year. And there's some good stories.
So Alexander, left armour, back in for another over. This one blocked down the pitch, no run. So third over of play we are. No wicket for 11, remembering the target, 165.
Well, I would say in terms of a batting perspective, you'd call it a draw because neither of us got out to each other.
Well, we had the old cricketing challenge way back in the day. Do you remember that at Mark Taylor Oval? I think it was you, me, Nick Kutniak,
I
new
remember
member
that.
of the team.
Yep.
New member of the
I
team.
remember
We've
that.
got to announce that at some point, which was won by yours truly.
So Nick Taylor on strike here. Tries to flick it off the pads. It's off the pad. They will pick up a single. Umpire signals league by. No wicket for 12. Importantly, they haven't lost a wicket yet. But they're not really troubling the scorers yet as far as the power play goes. Third over, no wicket for 12.
Of course, this is the over where North Sydney hit the go button for the first time, picked up 14 off this over, followed by another 10. So, if we're going to go for early comparisons, if Eastern Suburbs are going to keep in touch, this is the first of the overs that they need to do something.
This time he tries to smash it down the ground, but inside edge back to the bowler.
I said it's been great line and length bowling here from Matt Alexander. He summed up this pitch very well, and he just knows that back of the length, it's making it really hard for even someone like Robson to get away. But I know we don't normally talk about the Thunder comp, but did want to mention our local Northern District Rangers. They look pretty set up at Asquith Oval. Western Suburbs all out for 97.
Oof.
And the Rangers currently 1 for 46.
So again, Robson on strike. Square drive straight to the man at point for no run. So a lot of dot balls here, or is that a no ball that the umpire's signalling? Yes, it is for the front foot, so a free hit.
Well said to Claire Polisak. Haven't seen a signal the free hit. Maybe just warning Matt about where he's running through, maybe getting into the danger area.
I think he is getting into the danger area there.
So it was more a warning, was it?
It was a warning for running through the danger area.
Looked like a signal of a no ball for a second there.
I know.
But anyway. And again, flicked off the pads here by Robson to the man at deep square leg. No wicket for 13.
Yeah, so just as a clarification for everyone there, the bowler is expected to make an effort to get off the pitch once they deliver once they make their delivery. And there's a little set of lines that go a little bit further beyond the popping crease where you are expected to be pretty much off the pitch by the time you get to that point. Alexander, the way he runs it, he does get very close to the stumps there, so he is in danger of crouching into what is known as the danger zone.
Last ball of the third over, Taylor on strike. Again, he can't quite get hold of it. In fact, he's hit it straight to the man there at backward square leg. He's gone 1 for 13 after 3 overs. So UTS North Sydney are tying Eastern Suburbs down, not letting them get that good start.
And Mirzy, there's nothing worse than strangling one down the leg side like that, is there?
I made a career of it, but as I said, it's just that ball just wasn't quite there. It wasn't quite short enough, but with the the nice bowling that Alexander's done in his 2 overs, the run rates just keeps ticking up, and had to play a shot, had to try and break those shackles, but just unfortunately didn't pick the right ball, was able to pick out that fielder at fine leg, and was the wicket that UTS North Sydney really did need if they want to be a good chance of defending this 164.
So Ollie Cox comes to the wicket now in jersey number 17.
I said he had some good, he had a great day fielding out here at sweeping on this western boundary. So let's see how the batting goes for him today.
There's been a couple of shots played on this western side of the field that have really been quite inconsistent and quite vicious in terms of the bounce. North Sydney looks like they've attacked it a little bit better, and the way they've gone about it, Mizzy, which is a little bit different. You'd think you'd try to back off a little bit more, but they're actually attacking the ball even harder than what Eastern Suburbs were doing, and it looks like it's actually working so far.
Yeah,
Not entirely clean, but enough.
Well, it's at least it's enough to try and deter coming back for those seconds.
Ollie Knight into the attack now. Well built as he hustles into the wicket again. Robson can't get hold of this. An inside edge down the pitch. Back to the bowler. So good stuff by UTS North Sydney here on their home ground, of course, Bon Andrews.
Now, to explain just very quickly in terms of finishing it off, you do get 2 warnings about running on the pitch in terms of that. The third one and every subsequent one after that is a 5-run penalty to the opposition.
Because essentially the spikes on that part of the pitch can dig it up, and that's where the ball is expected to land 90% of the time. So can't be giving away that advantage.
Ollie Knight powers into the wicket. That was a nice delivery, wasn't it? Nice bounce, a nice carry through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, good rhythm with his bowling there, some sort of medium fast.
He's the perfect type of bowler for this pitch. He's not too quick. He just hustles in. He bowls what they call a heavy ball. And it's just at the top of the off stump there. He said, you look at Robson, he was hoping that it might have moved away a little bit and he'd be able to launch at it, particularly with no one out on that offside boundary. But it's been a good start here so far for Knight.
Ollie Knight again to Robson, swinging a miss outside the off stump. So this is a nice little over here. And it's 1 for 13 here in the 4th over.
He's got that little bit of the Jimmy Anderson wind-up, doesn't he?
Yep.
That sort of just sets himself up at the top of the mark, at the top of the crease, and then just rips his way through. And it's probably giving him a nice bit of outswing at the moment, Mearsy.
Yeah, 100%. He looks nice and gathered in his approach to the wicket, and it just looks like he's just being able to put that ball right on that 20% piece that he needs to.
Knight to Robson again. Oh, and close to the edge. It was pitched up a bit further this time, and Robson, the captain here, really struggling to rotate the strike or get boundaries.
He's getting nice swing out there, Mearsy. A good shape away, and Robson's just not adjusting to it.
No, he's trying to go the big shots. As I said, that run rate is starting to build, and he's just not thinking about turning the strike over. He's trying to get the ball the boundary. Maybe they just need to try and just get that scoreboard ticking over first.
Knight again to Robson. This is a big edge, and that one is actually going to fly away for 4 runs. A bit unlucky for the bowler there, but they really needed that Eastern Suburbs. They're 1 for 17 here. 1 ball left in the 4th.
That's unlucky there for Ollie Knight, because that was actually a good ball, Mizzy. In a 2-day game, that gets gobbled by first slip.
Oh, 100%. But to be fair, Robson probably doesn't play that shot in a 2-day game either. But he knows that he needs to put the foot to the floor and try and get this run rate for Eastern Suburbs up if they want to chase this 165 for victory. And he needs to put the bowler off his line and length.
Right over here by Knight. And again, he's beaten him outside the off stump. It's a no ball, definitely.
No, it's a wide.
It's wide.
No, it's a wide. Just a wide. There will be no free hit after that.
Getting excited.
Well, it's an interesting one because Robson, he did come down the pitch and he did move towards the offside. But as we talked about in the previous innings, it said if you do readjust that wide line now, it's a good rule change that's come in. But obviously they've adjudicated that Ollie Knight adjusted too much and will still be able to call wide.
Knight again to Robson. And it's another wide. So he's just undoing this good work. 1 for 19. Getting a little bit sloppy here after a good start to the over.
Well, Robson, he's moving around in that crease trying to put the bowler off. So he went too wide last time trying to follow him. So he thought, well, if you're going to move out to the offside again, I'll go for the base of leg stump. But just unfortunately, the old radar wasn't quite working for him on that one.
So here goes Knight again. And again, he's charged down the wicket. Pretty long over that one. Umpire says that one's all good. 4 overs gone, 1 for 19. The target 165.
And critically, in terms of the comparison here at the moment, Mearsy, after 4 overs for North Sydney in their innings, they were 0 for 30. So not only are they 11 runs ahead at this point, they're also a wicket up. And that's crucial on 2 counts there. So UTS North Sydney at the moment, you would say that they're in front. Yep. And Eastern Suburbs needs to put the pedal down.
Oh, 100%. They know, though, they can be buoyed by the fact, though, that they know that they pulled back North Sydney in those middle overs. And they've got that little bit of a catching up time then. But it's been a good start by the North Sydney bowlers. They evaluated their batting innings well and have bowled very good line and length these first 4 overs.
Alexander to go 3 overs straight, bowling to Ollie Cox now. Good length ball, but driven beautifully through the covers, and that's going to roll to the picket fence for 4 here at Bon Andrews. That was a textbook cover drive, and it's 1 for 23.
Didn't even hit it that hard, Mizzy. He just sort of leaned into it. Matt Alexander probably guilty there of over-pitching a bit, and a nice little shot there just to break the shackles, and now puts North Sydney under a bit of pressure.
So again, it's going to be Alexander as they just do a little readjustment to the field positions between deliveries. Oh, and that's a ripper. Is this going to be RWW? Yes, it is. So he squared him up, and Ollie Cox has gone. Good revenge delivery there by Matt Alexander. And all of a sudden here, Eastern Suburbs are 2 for 23.
So not been a good day at Bon Andrews after some questionable fielding now, that LBW. But Caruso, just the mechanics there from Alexander, the having to pitch it in line with the stumps and then swing back to be able to be given out LBW. Obviously one of the best in that we'll see at Premier Cricket level in Claire Polisak giving the decision, but for it to be able to pitch in line and then to be moving back to be able to take out the stumps as well. Great bowling by Alexander.
Absolutely. And what really helps his case with his bowling as well is that for being such a big guy, he does sling the ball. So he's not going to get that much bounce unless he absolutely digs it in. At that length that he's bowling at there, it is very likely that it is not going over the stumps, and it is going to skid through a lot more. So that is probably, that delivery there, probably crashing the top of middle and off, I think, even at that length.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen a lot of his balls previously that have helped as well. They've been about that length and not really got up. As I said, it's a good true pitch, but we're not playing at the Wacker or anything here at Bon Andrews. I think if they somehow magically found this bounce like the Wacker, they would be digging it up and maybe even putting it next door.
Matt Glenn comes to the wicket now, right-handed batter. Alexander bowls and just blocks it down the pitch. Straight to the fielder. 2 for 23 here in the 5th.
And now that hole just starts getting a little bit bigger, Mearsy, and it's getting bigger early. So now Eastern Suburbs have got to work out how they're going to dig themselves out, especially considering how good the power play was for North Sydney.
Well, yeah, we saw Atherton really go hard in those power play overs. He was able to get him off to that good start, and they need someone to do that for Eastern Suburbs. Robson tried, but just couldn't get Ollie Knight away.
So again, it's going to be Alexander. Glenn on strike, flicks it off his pads. This time they'll definitely pick up 1. Will they come back for a second here to the man on the fence? No, they won't. Pretty good throw there to the keeper as well. 2 for 24.
Good use of bounce throw, Mearsy. Very good use of bounce throw.
As opposed to?
Throwing over the stumps.
Well, you don't like
the keepers prefer that?
I like playing break the keeper's fingers.
In one day in T20 cricket, there usually is aiming towards a bounce throw. In 2-day cricket, they do say throw over the stumps. So it is a bit of a more strategic play in this to bounce throw it in.
So Robson, the captain, on strike again. That's a ripper, this one. It's jagged away. That's a beautiful left-arm fast delivery. Robson here, the captain, he's hanging tough, but not really ticking that scoreboard over. Let's have a quick look at actually what he's on and how many balls he's faced.
But needless to say, he is struggling at the moment.
13 off 20.
Yeah, he
Striking
is.
at 65. Yeah.
He is struggling at the moment. That did rear up. That was a great delivery by Alexander. What has he got now to follow that up?
Here goes Alexander again. To Robson. Flicks it off his pads. They'll pick up a single. To the man on the fence out there at mid-wicket. And it's 2 for 25 after 5 overs. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Thanks, Kiwi Mick. And Matt Alexander, 3 overs in the power play, 2 for 10. You can't really fault that when they didn't have the best of targets on the board, probably about 20 short of where we thought they might end up. But see who continues. It's continuing.
I think it's Ollie Knight again.
Yeah, I think he's put us off a little bit by his remeasuring his run. Sometimes can put you off. You think there's a new bowler coming on, but I think it is.
Yeah, it is. It's Ollie Knight again.
Yeah, he's just marking out his run again, trying to put us off here in the commentary box. But he'll bowl to Robson, and I said Robson tried to get him away in the last over. What can he do here? And this one just takes the outside edge, and again one of those ones that we talked about last over that he bowled to him. First slip would have gobbled it, but no one's down on that third man boundary for the Bears, and Robson picks up a much-needed 4 runs.
Much-needed 4 runs there. And Ollie Knight's got his head in his hands at the moment. I don't think he should be too despondent about that. At the end of the day, it's still a pretty good ball. He's been a bit unlucky here. And if he gets one to just nip away enough, instead of getting a thick edge, it'll be a faint edge and straight to the keeper.
I said, yeah, he needs to keep up that line and length, though, as Robson just leaves this one outside the off stump, and umpire calls wide. We saw him a few times in the previous over, just getting a little bit too far outside off stump, but he needs to fix that one up. He can't just be feeding them sundries.
He can't be, but what he can do if he wants to vary it up a little bit, maybe not so much vary the line that he's bowling, but vary where he bowls from in the crease.
Well, this one he looks like he gets close to the stumps. They'll go up there for the appeal because try to at least bluff the umpire to not call wide down the leg side. I think it did take some thigh pad, even though if Robson's still staring at the umpire trying to get the wide given. But maybe one just going Ollie Knight's way there. But I said again, Robson, he's just not liking it on that length. He's not being able to put it away because I said even if he just got a little bit of bat on it, get it over this short, fine legs head, it'd be 4 runs all the way.
Absolutely, and he just needs to try and get the pace and that bounce going for him.
Well, Robson comes down the track to this one. Wide called again. I know Jenkins, the keeper, he's had to go out wide to cover it, but I said hands on heads there for Ollie Knight looking at the umpire. Not getting much of a return there, I don't think.
Yeah, and once again, he's getting put off by the batter moving as he's coming into bowl. So it's really all about where you want to pitch it. And for me, the strategy should be if the batter starts coming at you, you should be trying to jam it in at their toes.
Well said again, Robson. He comes over towards the offside, but leaves this one. I think that one would have certainly been inside the tram tracks there. But it's interesting play here from Robson. Just, I think, maybe trying to wait for the right delivery to have a go at, but I don't know if they're quite in the position for it.
They're not in the position for it, and the more that this is happening, the bigger that hole is getting right now, especially as we get to the end of the power play. They've got 4 runs off it. They need more than that. Well, 4 runs off the bat and then the 2 wide so far. They need more.
They do, as Robson tries to play the cut, but again, no contact with the willow, and it's just an interesting one here with Robson. Maybe getting a little bit frustrated now and trying to overhit the ball.
What the challenge is that he's trying to charge. He's trying to charge if he's trying to get on the attack. The one thing I haven't seen him do is actually move back in his crease, and that's a powerful weapon if you do get that right, and sometimes can help in these situations.
Well, what can Robson do this one? And he comes down again to the track, but can only pick out that fielder covering, sweeping on that point boundary.
One ball left in the over there. That's good bowling there from Ollie Knight as well. He knows he's got the fielder out in the deep there, so he can err on the side of a little bit shorter on or just outside off stump, that if the bat does come onto it forward of the stumps, all it's going to do is find that sweeper.
So, well, the sweeper stays out there. But the other fielder is directly opposite at deep square leg. So, Glenn on strike for his first delivery, and he gets the edge, and he's gone.
Or is he?
Or is he? The North Sydney team go up as one, expecting the edge, but the umpire's hand stays down, and the batter stays at the wicket. So we're going to have to say that's a dot ball. Unusual scenes here at Bon Andrews, but that is the end of the power play. Eastern Suburbs 2 for 32 off 6.
And they'll be disappointed with that power play because that's left them a lot of work to do. That's 135 runs now that they need to get from 133 runs, I should be saying. They need to get off 14 overs. The run rate is already starting to creep towards 10 and over.
Yeah, and as I said, we know that this is a small field and runs can come quickly, but North Sydney have just bowled too well for Eastern Suburbs so far. They would have been looking at Robson to be getting the attack going for them, but 19 not out of 26 deliveries. He hasn't been able to do a whole lot, as we do have a change here at the southern end.
And it'll be Fletcher May coming in from the city end of the ground. He's changed ends.
Yeah, swung around. 7 runs coming off his first over, the second of the innings.
Now, Fletcher May now starting to come in.
What can the batter do here as Robson just plays it down the ground to the fielder coming in from long off. Another single to the total.
Was that a bit of foxing I detected there from Sam Alexander there? Just a little hint of a fox as he was attempting to pick the ball up.
You can't bait him over the boundary, mate. That's not how it works.
Just a bit of mayo. Just a bit of mayo on it, I think.
You can't boat him over the commentary box bounded.
Yeah, I think, do we want to do a quick Kiwi viz? No, I think you got to turn your microphone on, by the way. It is on, and you got to switch it on there.
No, that's not it, as the next one gets chipped away over to mid-wicket, and it's covered there. Another single to the total. We'll just see if we can work on the technical difficulties of why we can't hear Kiwi Mick.
We're just trying to work it out right now. Still nothing going there. We're going to try and get him in. Or maybe we might just
give him back his headphones.
Give him back his cans.
Give him back his cans.
Yeah, there we go. We've got the cans back.
All right, after this delivery, we have the first Kiwi viz of the day.
Here we go.
I love a good Kiwi viz as Robson again just plays this one to Ollie Knight in the short mid-wicket and just throws it straight into the pitch. Obviously trying to get that ball roughed up pretty quickly, but Kiwi Mick, over to you.
UTS North Sydney 72, Eastern Suburbs 28.
Ooh. No chance of a super
Full
vote.
stop.
Full stop.
Full stop.
So already very confident there, just outside of the power play.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I said Eastern Suburbs do have a lot to do as Robson flicks this one away. One bounce into the mesh fencing for 4. I said the fielder was there. He only had to move about 10 metres, but couldn't do it in time, and much needed boundary here for East. They're now 2 for 38 here, 2 balls left in the 7th.
Do I dare say those 3 words again? Do I dare say it?
I don't know. You say a lot of things, Crew, so.
The 3 words, once again. Can't bowl there. That was short on off stump. That was asking to be pulled, and that is exactly what it got. As Fletcher May now coming in as Mizzy inspects the microphone, bowls the ball, driven straight down the ground. A bit of work to do here for the fielders out in the D. That's well stopped there by the fielders down the bottom. I think that might have been Robbie Aiken who's been able to cut that off. They'll get 2 runs for it. And some very good fielding there, which was in short supply when Eastern Suburbs were out on the field earlier.
Yeah, it definitely was, as I can make the microphone work.
There we go.
We've got some...
the golden hand.
We've got the golden hand. Well said, everything is pieced together somehow for us to get on air. I'll work out one day how it works, as this one's just chopped down to third man. Will they look for 2? Because he's quite deep down there in that long pocket towards the northwestern corner. they'll just pick up the single to Robson. So 7 overs gone, 2 for 41 here East, and it's had a long way to go. But Kiwi Viz seems to still give them half a chance.
Yeah, I think when you need around about almost 10 and over with 13 overs left, that's pretty hard work.
And as I said, they're losing they've lost a bit of their firepower today as well. They don't have those big names that we're used to seeing in the Dolphins lineup. So it is going to be hard, but as I said, we've seen a lot of crazy things in cricket as commentators, let alone as fans and spectators. So I don't want to write them off yet, particularly as we're going to have a bowling change and just trying to work out who will be. Left arm spin coming into the attack for North Sydney.
Now, it actually could be Mac Jenkins, and in fact it is Mac Jenkins who's going to be bowling from the Falcon Street end.
Well, there is 2 number 28s out there, do remember.
There are, but the keeper there is James Rue in the other 28s.
Okay. You've got the numbers there, so
yeah.
I'll take your...
It's a bit weird there, but it is James Rue who is wicket keeping. I have had that confirmed. So this will be Mac Jenkins who's going to be bowling.
Well, so he's got a job to do. We saw when the slow pace bowlers came on for Easts that they did slow down their scoring rate. They need the same thing here. If they let them go and get a 12 or a 15 run over here and let the breaks off, it could be detrimental for the Bears as Jenkins comes into Robson and all he can do is pick out the fielder at short cover, no run.
That's not a bad ball first up, is it? Right on the money.
Yeah.
Not much more that can be done with it.
Comes in again. He'll be trying to get through his overs quickly, Jenkins, as Robson comes down to the wicket and he goes high. And it's too long for the fielder down there at long on. It is 6 runs, I think, the first 6 of the innings. Robson, I think, has been waiting for a ball like that he could just put 100% behind. And he's done that. And a much-needed 6 here for the Dolphins.
The first one that Kiwi Mick, someone's actually been able to get underneath to dispatch properly.
Definitely. And Robson has sort of done it. He's done the time, hasn't he? He's stuck around out there. Let's see if he can... really go for it now.
So that's a much better area there from Jenkins. Robson can only hit it back to the bowler in his follow through.
He does get through his over quickly, doesn't he?
He does. I said him and I think Sam Alexander are going to have a job to do as Robson comes down again and short cover misses that one. But the fielder at long off comes around and picks it up as we may see some overthrows again.
No. That did come off Angus Robson.
Oh, okay. So they won't run there anyway.
No.
Good sportsmanship there.
Yeah, for those don't know we'll come to that in a moment.
Well, I said it's too hard to make any other comments as Glenn comes down the wicket and just bats this down to long on. He'll pick up another single.
So normally if the throw comes in and it deflects off the batter, the convention is the batter should not run.
If it's the last ball of a World Cup final, you might, but...
Oh.
As Robson comes down the track again, one bounce and it's straight to that fielder at long on. Didn't quite time that one as sweetly as he did the previous 6.
Not a bad over that.
So 50 up now here for East, 2 for 50 off 8. Kiwi Mix, sorry to bring back some bad memories. You did just beat the Indians though in an ODI series.
And we would have beaten them if the game went for 2 more overs yesterday as well. We were well on track.
Yeah, I said
they got 220 and we were about, 1 for 80 or something like that, I think.
Yeah, I said still won the series, though.
Yeah.
Need to get some better weather over there.
Apparently, Kiwis have won 16 one-day internationals in a row at home.
Oof.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad at all.
That's pretty good, eh?
Flash scores around the grounds out at David Phillips. Gordon were getting 8 for 196 off their 20 overs. UNSW, they're 2 for 97 off 10. That is game on.
Well, I said it is a small field there at David Phillips South. We'll actually be there in a couple of weeks, calling our last game of the year and our next women's Premier cricket game as well. We'll talk more about where we'll be around the traps at the end of the game, as May will continue here from the southern end. Robson comes down the wicket and just slaps it almost with the stain down to the fielder here at long off, and another single to total, 2 for 51.
Oh, Sam Alexander wanted to let that rip, but told not to.
He wants to put on a show for
He does want to put us a show. He does want to put on a show. One of the other games, Randwick Petersham versus Sydney at a Coogee Oval. Randwick Petersham finishing 7 for 181. Sydney coming up to the end of the 10 overs. They're 2 for 58 and in a spot of bother, I'd say.
Just a bit as Gray gets wrapped on the pads. Glenn, my apologies. Glenn gets wrapped on the pads, probably a bit too high, but they are able to run through for the leg bye.
Then we go out to Harold Fraser Park. Still no update there. Probably something wrong with the scoring there.
No mobile reception.
Yeah, indeed. Graham reserves. Manly versus Sutherland. Manly getting 5 for 141. Sutherland 4 for 55. And they've got it all to do now as Jake Carden has picked up 2 wickets in pretty quick succession.
As May comes in again, and Robson, this absolute disdain again, just comes down the wicket, trying to play it away. He gets the inside edge down to third man for a single. A fine leg for a single.
That's almost a bat breaker, that Kiwi Mick. I mean, that's the kind. He's still looking at the bat at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. He would have wanted to get probably 2 or 3 more boundaries at this stage. That's for sure. He's really only connected that one massive 6 down to long on, but it's about it.
I said, what can they do now here as Glenn flicks this one off his pads, but again, just finding that fielder sweeping on the leg side boundary. We will give you another update for our ND Rangers. Only 8 runs required there in reply to Western, so it was all out for 97, 4 for 90.
That's game over.
So that's good for them in the Thunder Conference. I said the Rangers in the Thunder Conference, the only games we just sort of do cover in that Thunder Conference. A much needed win for them to try and stay in touch with the leaders. As right up in the block hole there from May, but again, that fielder, I think it's Reynolds out there at deep square leg doing the fielding.
He's had an easy day out there with the fielding, hasn't he? He hasn't had to move too far in terms of collecting the ball.
There was that one that did rocket past him at about, he had to move about 10 metres and couldn't get there, but so we seem to be in a bit of a holding pattern here. Did see the 6th the last over, but
haven't seen planes come over yet so far in terms of holding patterns. So
as May bowls to Glenn and he flicks this one off the pads. Ollie Knight will clean that one up in at mid wicket.
Oh, that's class. That is class.
He's a big man, but he moves like a gazelle. The old Ollie Knight, but 9 overs gone here now. 2 for 56. Eastern Suburbs, and as I said, still a long way to go if they want to get that 165 for victory.
They are in trouble right here, and they do need to get a move on here. They may try to go after Mac Jenkins, but you just wonder how they're going to be able to do it. The only thing I'm worried about here in terms of UTS North Sydney, they do need to find a 5th bowler.
Well, we'll see about that in a second as Glenn just finds the man at backward point. Jenkins to continue. Well, you got your boy, Sam Alexander. His left arm spin.
He will be. He'll probably be called on.
Well, I said this one played out to the man sweeping. Peter Forrest did take a likening to him 2 weeks ago at Allan Border Field. Allan Border Oval.
We're not in Queensland.
We're not in Queensland,
no.
As much as we wouldn't mind some of the sunshine from up there down here today. As Robson again tries to play it away, but gets enough of an outside edge that he beats the fielder at backward point and 4 more runs to the total.
That's bad luck.
Very bad luck there. I said he was trying to go down the ground, but just gets the outside edge. Could have easily gone to that fielder at backward point, but luckily for East, that's 4 more to the total. 2 for 61 here, halfway through the 10th over. As Robson goes big here, and boom, that's 6. Just drops a little bit short, does Jenkins. He's trying to readjust for those ones outside off stump, but it was just short and in that arc that says hit me. And it's 6 runs to the total. 2 for 67 here. 2 balls left in the 10th over.
But this is what you're talking about in terms of bowling to your field. You've got 5 out on the offside. You're bowling pretty well, bowling wide of the crease, angling into the batter, and then getting to spin away slightly. That's what you got the field there for. So, not a great delivery, that one there. Dropping it too short and asking to get pulled.
So what can Robson do here again? Leaves it outside the off stump. Called wide again. Maybe just had a little bit of a chat to the umpire between overs, but Said Robson's getting these favourable wide decisions as Jenkins quickly in again, and Robson tries to go down the ground, but just cups the inside edge. Finds the fielder at long on. They'll run through for a single.
So we've got a bit of news update to do here at the moment, and Kiwi Mick, come rushing in. You got some breaking news here, do you?
No, I'm just about to commentate.
He's about to come back in as that final delivery played by Glenn outside off stump. Big swing, no ding, and goes through the keeper for another dot ball. So 10 overs gone, 2 for 69. They need 96 off 10 overs for victory. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to Triple H Sports coverage here with Kingsgrove Sports and a T20 Cup Round 5. UTS North Sydney playing Eastern Suburbs here at Bon Andrews, whether you're listening on the live stream on Frog Box here or on our Friday replay on 100.1 FM. To take you through the next 5 overs, here's Kiwi Mick Reinish.
Thank you very much, Matt Mears. So, Eastern Suburbs, a lot of work to do here. They need, 95 runs of 60 deliveries,
96.
96.
Yep, 96 of 60 deliveries. And coming into bowl now
will be Sam Alexander.
This is the moment that Anthony Caruso has been waiting for all day.
Well, look, it's going to be a little bit better for him this time because he doesn't have to bowl to Peter Forrest.
Does have to bowl to Angus Robson, though. Not to be sneezed at.
Not to be sneezed at, but I wouldn't exactly put Angus Robson in the same class as Peter Forrest.
I think there'd be a few English pundits that might take you to town on there.
The two people listening in from the UK right now.
Two's better than none.
This is true. How are you doing over there, by the way?
I'll see you guys again in June.
So Robson on strike to Sam Alexander. He cracks it into the offside for a no run.
Yeah,
make a dot ball sound exciting.
Great. Actually, not a bad ball first up there. Got the line and length absolutely right. It's just about how he adjusts going through, especially seeing how much Angus Robson has been moving around the crease as the bowler comes in.
Sam Alexander again with this left arm spin, drops it a bit shorter, push into the offside. They will pick up a single here. And the Eastern Suburbs down there, it's 50 for Angus Robson, the captain. So 50 of 44 deliveries, 2 sixes, 5 fours at a strike rate of 113. So he's actually scored probably a little bit quicker than what I thought he was going. So it's going to be Matt Glenn on strike now, 2 for 70, the target 165. Here goes Alexander to Glenn. Drops it in short. Oh, this is a pretty good shot here. And will it reach the fence? A good dive, but he's not quite going to get it. Fielder on the fence there. And it will be 4 through the covers there for Glenn. And it's 2 for 74.
Just a touch short, but that's all it needed to give Glenn enough room to back away and cut that. But Alexander not far off on that delivery.
So here goes Alexander again. Eastern Suburbs, maybe they're targeting just to speed things up at the halfway mark. Again, he cuts this one to that man inside the circle. They will pick up a single, 2 for 75.
Mac Jenkins cutting that fielding off there. What I've noticed with Alexander, though, as well, is that he is bowling a little bit more overspin than he normally does. So he's not going for side spin at the moment.
And here goes Robson, the captain, on strike again. A big drive through the covers. The man on the fence does well. They'll pick up a single, 2 for 76.
And again, it's that little use of overspin there, which is sort of hurrying the ball on. The other thing it does is that it takes the bounce away, so it doesn't give the batter enough of a chance to get over it, so they're committing to having to play very straight.
Last ball of the 11th now. Glenn goes down the wicket, hoiks it into the onside, but there's a man out there pretty much in that cow corner position, so 11 overs gone. 2 for 77 here. One thing I am noticing, though, Eastern Suburbs do have wickets in hand still. They've only lost 2. So I wonder if they're going to make a late surge here with some men still in the heart.
Possibly. They're going at 7. They're going at 7 runs and over exactly at this stage, which is short of where they need to be. But that was a better over there from for North Sydney. Still a lot of work to do to get themselves into a position where they can say that they're going to be in with a real chance here. And you got to remember as well, there are bowlers that have still got some opportunities to come back and finish off for the last bit. So this is the moment that they need to now really assert themselves to try and get some control over this. We see a bowling change here, and it's going to be the veteran himself coming on to bowl.
Robbie Aitken comes into bowl now with some right arm spin. It will be Macklin on strike. So Eastern Suburbs still have 8 wickets left here. If they can really launch, they still have their captain at the wicket. He's in the 50s as well. It's going to be Glenn on strike now. It's just got a little bit cooler here at Bon Andrews Oval. And here we go. So it's going to be Aitken, very short, put away into the onside. It should roll for 4, and it does. Through the gap between those two fielders on the fence. So that's good stuff by Glenn. 2 for 81.
What I've just noticed here in terms of the field, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not see a fine leg. I do not see a fine leg at the moment. So they are flirting with danger a certain aspect, but that does mean they're trying to bowl very stump to stump.
Aitken to Glenn again. Oh, he's beaten him with a bit of drift and flight this time. He's gone for the big sweep shot straight through to the wicketkeeper.
So here's the opportunity that Eastern Suburbs are looking for. They got an early boundary here. They need to really capitalise on this opportunity.
This one a bit fuller. Driven into the offside past that man in there. Short cover. They will pick up a single. 2 for 82.
And the single's all they get from that one there. And, you know, that's better bowling there. That's now bowling to the field with 5 on the offside and the 2 sweepers out. So that's where he needs to sort of keep it away, bowl, and keep it away from pads.
The captain back on strike. Robson just guides it into the offside to that man on the fence on the highway side of the ground. 2 for 83.
And good use of bounce throw, landing it right in the middle of that dirt patch right there to just rough up the ball a little bit more, get it a little bit softer.
Glenn back on strike. Short again, but straight to the man on the fence for a single. Kind of like the one-day cricket batting there almost, where you're just playing it out to the man on the boundary for a single for a couple of deliveries. Yep,
and look, UTS North Sydney, as long as they're not conceding boundaries, won't mind that because they know that they can just hold them down, force them to do something they don't want to do.
Robson drives again, and they'll just jog through for a single. Robson's in no hurry here. 2 for 85 after 12 overs, so they need, 80 runs off 8 overs.
It is 80 runs. It is 80 runs exactly off 8 overs, so it has now crept to 10 runs and over needed. And this is where the alarm bells would start to be ringing now for Eastern Suburbs. Because it's now a case that as they go through, and even if it's 1 or 2 runs that they're short by, they're not meeting that target, and they're going to have some work to do to try and keep it going here. Keeping in mind as well that there are some overs left to be taken by the strike bowlers. And at this stage, Alexander and May have both got 1 over each. Ollie Knight has got 2 overs as well. So between them, that's 4 overs. So Eastern Suburbs have got 4 overs now where they really need to try and capitalise. In fact, there's a bowling change, and it is going to be Ollie Knight coming in to bowl 1 of his 2 overs.
So here goes Ollie Knight, who bowled a good first 4 deliveries of his first over today. They were beautiful rhythm there and bounce. Here he comes now. Bowling to the captain and Robson. Ooh, and that was close to wide again. Robson has a little bit of a look back at the umpire there.
Getting good
Wasn't
shape.
much in it.
Getting good shape. Even with the ball in his current state, he is getting good swing out there. And this wind has swung around a bit. It is coming from the northeast. So that's going to help Ollie Knight's away swing.
So Ollie Knight, of course, changing his ends of where he's bowling from. Robson again. That's definitely a wide down the leg side this time. 2 for 86.
Probably just overcorrecting there a little bit too much, not getting the amount of swing that he wants to get at this point. But he has been giving Angus Robson some problems here with him trying to play very straight and really not getting onto it and adjusting for that swing at the moment. Well, that's something you don't see very often is the ball. I mean, if you're going to play lawn bowls, there is the greens just up the road here.
The greens, not a bad little location, that one.
No, not a bad location. Occasionally a bit of lawn bowls here.
So here we go. It's going to be Ollie Knight again. Full toss, flicks it off the pads, but straight to the man again. The boundaries have just slowed up a little bit at this point of time. 2 for 80 something.
And it's not a 2 for, well, no, we can, if we set it for one team, we're going to set it to the other. It's 2 for 87 at the moment. And that's the ankle high full toss in a T20 game can be a handy delivery because it is probably the most difficult delivery to actually get up and under.
So here goes Knight again to Glenn, just blocks it back to the bowler. As he said, though, Caruso, they'd be happy with this, just a few singles, few dot balls. It's going to make it even harder for the next over.
And Robson's getting a little bit of impatient. He's gone down. He said, we need to do something. We need a boundary now. And, you know, they're starting to see that run rate now starting to climb because it's at this point where you can really see the run rate required start to accelerate.
Glenn on strike again. Guides this one down to third man for a single, which again UTS North Sydney won't mind. 2 for 88.
They won't mind that. They won't mind that at all. Conceding the single here does put Angus Robson on strike, but the battle between these two has probably been one of the features of this bowling performance from UTS North Sydney. So far, it's a bit of a stalemate, but you know this is the battle that that's going to play a key role here. It is Robson versus Knight. Who's going to come out on top here? There's 2 balls left in the over.
Ollie Knight just adjusts the old shoelaces to make the batter wait a little bit more. Robson drives it again, but again straight to Alexander down on the boundary, right in front of our commentary box here at Bon Andrews. Beautiful little spot to call a game from. 2 for 89, 1 ball left in the 13.
Good ball there by Knight there. He took the up and under away, gave him nothing but a push down to deep mid off and well fielded by Alexander in the deep.
So again, it's going to be Matt Glenn on strike. They've built a bit of a partnership, these two. And, a bit of an awkward looking chance of a run out maybe, but the fielder's and he's injured.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not good, Caruso, is it? Let's have a look. Who is it?
I think that might actually be Justin Avendano. And he's in a bit of pain there. And that looks like it was his ankle.
2 for 90 after 13. Avendano is down. He awkwardly tried to field that one as the players come around to see if he's okay.
He's sitting up there. I think that he's clutching at his ankle straight away. It looks like he's tried to dive in to try and pick it up, but he's dug into the pitch. You can see the divot. You can really see the divot that he's kicked up from it. He's in quite a bit of pain at the moment. Let's just see. Yeah, he's killed. I'm worried if that's an Achilles. I'm worried if that is an Achilles that he's gone down with. They do have a 12th man out here ready to go, which is Harry Lee Young. But Matt Mears, he's coming back into the commentary box here. This is worrying signs for Avendano and for UTS North Sydney.
Well, just not for UTS North Sydney and Avendano, but for the Big Bash League, because obviously if he's not signed with the Sixers, he'd be on somebody else's list to make up their squad. And
well, he played a couple of games with the Perth Scorchers as well, didn't he?
Well, he was in that
and the
COVID bubble
thing, I remember that. Yep.
where he was sort of loaned out as teams were running short, because I think he either played for the Scorchers or he played for the Stars, and then about a week later he was playing again for the Sixers last season. So it'd be interesting to see, but at least he's up on his feet. And for those that are listening that are watching through Frogbox, you won't be able to see these pictures, but I said there's 2 gentlemen out there carrying him off, carrying that one leg very gingerly. But you'd think if it was a knee or something like that, the green whistle or something would be coming out for that. So hopefully it's just the best news possible. We'll say that, because as I said, obviously there is something wrong there, but.
Pretty innocuous sort of thing as well, just going down to field a ball that was just rolling slowly towards him. It wasn't sort of...
No, it wasn't anything that was a big dive or a big change of direction.
He is smiling. He is smiling.
I think that might be gritted. I think that might be through gritted teeth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully our effects mic did not pick that up, but
no. Because we can pick up a lot out here at the moment in that regard.
We do have some good equipment here, even though it is just a handheld mic. It's pointed towards the field, not to give away the magic.
Flash scores around the grounds while we wait out of Dave Phillips South. Gordon, of course, 8 for 196 off their 20 overs. UNSW, 5 for 126 after coming towards the end of the 15th over. It's been pegged back here by Gordon, but a grandstand finish on the cards there. Gordon maybe just getting it there. Dan Christian out for 12. It's now Safan Hassan, who's been the form play for the Bumblebees in the T20s. He's now out there, and he's got a big job to do to get the Bumblebees over the line.
So 75 needed of 42 deliveries here. And it's going to be Sam Alexander switching ends from the northern end of the ground, bowling to Matt Glenn. These two have put on a good partnership, but the run rate's just never quite been there. Are they going to launch, though? They definitely have wickets in hand still. This will be a single down to the man in the fence there at a deep cover position. 2 for 91.
Jimmy Greenslade picking it up there. A little bit of an awkward bounce there, but did enough just to knock it straight down and didn't concede any more than the single that had already been scored.
Alexander now to Robson. The captain batting through the innings so far. This should be put away, really, but he's hit it straight to the fielder. That was disappointing stuff. It was a short ball there to be hit, and he's hit it straight, a dolly to the fielder. That is probably the wicket that could be the killer blow, I think. 3 for 91.
What saves Sam Alexander for that? It was a short delivery, but he hurried the pace on. So Angus Robson had shaped himself up to try and slap it away. But before he knew it, the ball was onto him. And was onto him too quick for the shot in the end. And he's ended up poking it straight up and caught by the fielder at mid-wicket there. That is a big blow for Eastern Suburbs as Tom Cody, the new batter, is coming out now to join Max Glenn. And UTS North Sydney now on the ascendancy. They've got the danger man out.
Yeah.
And you get the feeling now one more wicket could end up breaking the spine of Eastern Suburbs.
Definitely 3 for 91 now. So Robson, let's have a quick look at what he's actually made in the end. It would be, I'd say, 60 odd, as we'll just confirm that shortly. 55, in fact. So 55 off 51. 5 fours, 2 sixes at a strike rate of 107.84 Kiwi Viz now. UTS North Sydney 89. Eastern Suburbs 10.
Oh, here we go.
Super over 0.9. Rained off 0.1. Hope you enjoyed that on Frog
I like
Box
that.
while
I
you're
like
cooking
that.
your barbecue.
I like that.
Innovating.
Well, there
Only here on Triple H.
There might be some rain dances going downstairs. I don't know.
I thought about that one on the bus on the way here.
I wouldn't want to be doing this on the Duckworth Lewis here at this stage because what is it over now? Over 14?
Yeah, 13.2.
13.2. So coming out at 14, they needed to be at this point now at 105.
That's with 3 wickets down.
With 3 wickets down. So they're 14 runs behind on Duckworth Lewis at this point.
So Tom Cody comes in now, left-handed batter. Alexander with some left arm spin again. Flights this one up, flicks it off the pads. It goes a bit finer this time. They will pick up a single. 3 for 92.
Bowled by Alexander, fielded by Alexander in that situation there. Flash scores around the grounds. We're going out to Coogee Oval and Randwick Petersham 7 for 181 off their 20 overs. Sydney coming to the end of the 15th over, 3 for 106. They need, at this point, 75 runs with about 5 overs left. I think that's almost game over.
So Max Glenn back on strike. He's definitely the set batter out here now as far as a T20 match goes anyway. And can he pull out some fireworks here? They've got to push the go button soon. Here he goes. He's going to smash this one all the way over the fence for 6. And again, that's going to roll down towards Falcon Lodge. That's more like it. And that makes the score now 3 for 98. They need more of this.
And the other flash score around the grounds, Manly Warringah against Sutherland, 5 for 141. Sutherland now 6 for 85. And it's that man, the form bowler of the competition at the moment, Ryan Hadley, who's now chipped in with a wicket, and then Mornay Morkel with his second.
Handy play to call on for a midweek game. But I can say the first result has come through, and that's from Asquith Oval. The Rangers getting the win there by 6 wickets, 4 for 100 in reply to Western Suburbs,
that is
97.
That is a huge win for Northern Districts, and I think that puts them in with a golden opportunity to take out the Thunder Conference as well, does it not?
Well, it's 11.4 overs. They're getting the job done, so
Fast run rate.
all important for that net run rate.
Glenn again, and he smashes this one. Very square drive. The fielder does well on the boundary. Again, they're going to race back for a second, and they're going to make it comfortably. That brings up the 100 for Eastern Suburbs, 3 for 100.
It's a very long boundary there, so 2 runs were always on the cards there, but it was good work there out in the deep from UTS North Sydney to cut that down. We saw a couple of those bobble through hands and go to the boundary itself, so UTS North Sydney not making the same mistakes that Eastern Suburbs had been making.
Last ball of the over. Again, just driven straight to the man there inside the circle. So 14 overs gone, 3 for 100, and they need 65 off 36 deliveries. 65 off 6 overs exactly. Yep. It is now starting to push 11 runs and over. It is starting to accelerate once again. And it's at Matt Mears, it is that danger point, that real danger point when it gets to 2 runs a ball. That's when you start thinking, we're in trouble.
That's unless you're playing the tippy top leagues or an IPL game or something. That's the sort of tipping point where you go, it's going to be a hard slog to try and get there from here. And I think if Robson was still out there, East would probably think that they were still a chance. But it said that Kiwi Viz update once Robson holed out to Sam Alexander, I think that really showed that. Said it might just be a bridge too far and not the harbour bridge that Eastern Suburbs will have to go back over to get home tonight. But it's going to be hard. And it's been a good bowling performance here from the Bears. They've been able to put the ball in the right areas, but I think they'd be ruling a couple of players out here as well for the Dolphins.
Ollie Knight to close out his allotment of overs, of course, and this time it's going to be Tom Cody to push for a single, 3 for 101.
Flash scores around the grounds. Another wicket has fallen out of Graham's reserve. It's Sutherland, 7 for 90. Joel Davies getting one. He's knocked over Tom Doyle for 14 off 22.
Do we need to start the debate?
Who's the better Davies? We all know the answer is Kev.
As long as they're not selling bats to Carl Pimble, it's fine.
So now it's going to be Max Glenn on strike. Ollie Knight bowls, and that was just too good a length and a little bit too fast for him that time. He tried to pull it for 4, really.
I love the body language of him afterwards. It's like, well, what do you expect me to be doing at this point? It's like, I have to have a go.
Yeah, do you want me to block it? Like, just do the little shadow blocking now. What, do you want me to block it? You do know the story about the cricket bat? The one Carl Pimble has an Ollie Davies bat that still has Ollie Davies' name written on it.
And how did it go?
He hit a 6 onto the roof of the nets at Nolan's and still hasn't shut up about it.
So here goes Ollie Knight again to Max Glenn. And, it's going to be 4, and the fielder's almost... He's hit his hand here trying to take the catch. That was hit very hard.
That was Matt Alexander.
We've got another injury out here. The walking wounded the Bears.
Yeah, and that's important because he'll still have an over up his sleeve as well that they'll want him to bowl at the death. But, yeah, it could be a dislocated finger or worse in that short, fine leg position.
Oh, that would have stung. I'm having a look there at the moment.
Do they have a 13th man?
Well, I mean, the question would be now is what state is Avendano downstairs at the moment? I think his day's done.
Whistle.
He's looking for the green whistle, is he? He's got his hand behind. It's his right hand, so it's not his bowling hand, which,
But it's
be hard if he had to bat, but if he's got a bowl, he can probably pull it off.
He's got a field. He's in that hot seat there at fine leg. It's not going to be the last ball that's going to rocket past him. So that's the issue now. If I was North Sydney, I'd be trying to move him somewhere that he's not so much in the hot seat of being able to do any more damage to that hand.
3 for 105. That was a boundary. Here goes Knight again. Goes down the wicket. And this is going to be wide.
He's not happy with himself. He has given away a few wides there. And once again, it's that same thing. He's reacted with the batter moving, and he's overcorrected for it. Whereas in that kind of situation, you see the batter moving, you'd almost want to go in the opposite direction, just fire it in at his feet and say, if you want to charge me here, hit this if you can.
Bit of a hush around Bon Andrews Oval now. North Sydney looking pretty good to win this one. Can Eastern Suburbs pull something out of the fire here as they drive it down the ground to Sam Alexander for a single? 3 for 107.
He won't mind that either. It's just an easy drive straight down the ground. At the end of the day with this as well, you know, it's 12 runs and over that they need. They may have hit the one boundary, but if you then hit singles off every one of the other deliveries, that's 9 runs. You still end up short of what you need. So at this point, yes, there's been a couple more runs sort of leaking through here at the moment, but it's still well behind the required run rate, which means, and this is going to just accelerate even further.
So Tom Cody back on strike. Again, he'll just push this down the ground for a single. And again, Sam Alexander does the fielding. 3 for 108. Let's have a look. Is it one more ball left in this over? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so once again, just, you know, the little strangle that's happening here at the moment, is that's all they need to do. If they concede a single, they concede a single. It's not a big deal, and it's just going to see that run rate continue to climb. If they want to keep up with the run rate now, they need Eastern Suburbs needs a boundary off this delivery.
So it's going to be Max Glenn on strike trying to hold this together. And he's going to guide this one down to third man again, as he said, for a single. So 3 for 109 after 15 overs. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Thanks, Kiwi Mick. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to Triple H Sports coverage of the Kingsgrove Sports Centre T20 Cup. UTS North Sydney hosting Eastern Suburbs here at Bon Andrews. 5 overs to go. 56 required off the 30 deliveries left here. So a big distance, but Anthony Caruso, we've seen a lot of chases come out of nowhere. So as much as Kiwi Viz will show that the Bears are in the driver's seat, you can never count them out while there's still life left in them.
Absolutely. As Sam Alexander coming in to bowl another over here, and it's 55 runs needed off 5 overs. So it is exactly 11 runs and over.
56 because they need to get one more than North
Yeah,
Sydney.
the 56,
Yeah.
so it's just
well,
over
maybe
11
55
runs.
for that 0.9 of a super over. Is first ball from Alexander gets whipped by Glenn into the vacant cow corner.
Oh.
Splits the 2 fielders for 4. It tees both of them, but a much-needed boundary for the Dolphins. 3 for 113 here. 1 over into the 1 ball delivery into the 16th.
So 11 runs and over needed. I mean, that's going to be crucial now, getting the boundary off the first ball of the over, because that now puts pressure on the bowler. He could probably concede another boundary, but if he does that, then there's real stress.
Well, they're looking for the vacant fine leg. A good bit of innovation there from the batter. He knows that there's no one behind the square leg umpire, and if he can just get over towards the offside, he can play it around the corner for another 4, much needed 4 runs.
That's 8 off the over now. Now the pressure is on North Sydney with 4 balls left. And now they could just play for the singles, and they get the 12, and they get to 12 runs, which meets the over requirement.
Well, what can Alexander come back with here? And short of a length, and just play down into the offside, no run. Maybe was expecting another sort of scoop shot, but it's still on. They haven't changed the field. Said the fielders, there's 3 out on the leg side, but the furthest one from fine leg is at square leg, almost behind the umpire. As Glenn comes and plays it uppishly into the offside. Maybe if his short cover had been in, it might have been close, but with the fielder back on the 30-yard circle, they're able to scamper through for a single. Takes them to 3 for 118.
What's really crucial at this point now is for Alexander to demonstrate how much he can vary the pace of his deliveries, and just whether he sort of tries to drive it into the pitch on a quicker delivery, or just sort of take the pace off, let the ball dip on the bat. He doesn't want to get caught between the two.
So the left-hander just plays it back to Alexander. Does well in his follow-through, having to go through the non-striker as well. But after those 2 fours at the beginning of the over, it's been a good comeback by the left-arm spinner.
That's crucial, this as well. Now he wants to finish off this over well. the little bit of the pressure now back on Eastern Suburbs with one ball left in the over. A boundary here will make it a successful over. Anything less, and you could say that North Sydney have managed to salvage this over with only 4 overs left.
I said they're making a change in the field here now. Got the 2 fielders at point and backward point. No one in at mid-wicket, so you've got to think that this one's got to be outside off stump. I said anything on the leg side will be at least 2, you would feel, with this field all out on the leg side boundary for the left-hander. But what can you do? Final delivery here of Alexander's over, and it's back of a length.
They are calling 2. There's a call of 2, and they're not going to do it.
It was good effort there by the fielder right down there at long leg.
That's Harry Lee Young, the 12th man.
Well, he's been put to the test in the hot seat down there. He's had to charge in, and he did well to cut off the 2. So with 4 overs left here, Eastern Suburbs, 3 for 119, chasing UTS North Sydney's 8 for 164. You're listening here either on the Triple H Sports stream, on the Frog Box. We thank you for joining us. Hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage if we're coming to you for the first time today. If you hang around afterwards, we'll tell you where you can hear more of our commentary as we get closer to Christmas. And also, you could be listening on our Friday afternoon replay on Triple H 100.1
What time's
FM.
that on?
5 o'clock we kick off on...
Great Friday night in for me.
Oh, absolutely. Flash scores around the grounds. Kiwi Mick, where are we heading?
Well, we're actually going to give a quick test update. Australia 598 for 4 declared.
That's a lot of runs.
Steve Smith 200 not out. Head 99. Obviously, Labuschagne made 102.
So Head must have been out for them to declare. He was
99 out. Yeah.
Oh, as first delivery there with May coming back into the attack from the southern end and gets played off the outside edge down to third man. They pick up another single, 3 for 120.
Good first delivery here with Fletcher May. I believe this is his last over as well. And then after this, the only ones left with overs left, because Oliver Knight has bowled out. They've got 2 left from Mac Jenkins that they could use. Sam Alexander has got 1 left, and Matt Alexander has got 1 left as well. So after this, with 3 overs left, you can imagine it's going to be probably 1 from Mac Jenkins, 1 from Sam Alexander, and 1 from Matt Alexander to finish off.
Well, it'll be interesting to see as this one again just gets whipped down the ground. Well fielded there on the long on boundary. Just another single to the total, though. You would think probably Alexander will the 19th from this end, but it'll be the 2 overs from that northern end. But there's still room for the Eastern Suburbs to attack. They're probably not the most recognised bowlers to be bowling at this time of the innings.
Well, I imagine you're thinking Matt Alexander bowling from the city end.
Well, he bowled his first 3 overs from this end, yes.
True.
So this is a slower ball outside off stump.
Great change up.
Yeah.
Really good change up.
Fielder could only find point. No run.
I think what's going to happen here is that they'll probably bowl Sam Alexander out. They'll get Mac Jenkins down here at the city end for 1 over, and then they'll finish off with Matt Alexander from the Falcon Street end. And part of the reason for that then as well is it's going to give Matt Alexander enough time to be able to recover from that hand injury from the attempted catch.
Well said. Luckily, it was his non-bowling hand as Cody just plays this one down the ground, but straight to the fielder at a long on, another single to the total. But I think Rob Aiken also keep the pace off the ball. He could also be an option for an over here, but as I said, they're going to have to go through the whole armoury here, and someone's going to have to step up for the Bears. Obviously not being at their full strength attack today, but they're doing the job so far. 3 for 122, 2 balls left here in the 17th.
Big couple of deliveries coming up here. This is where they could really put pressure on now on Eastern Suburbs.
Well, again, just driven down the ground, but can only pick out the fielders there. This one comes firing through the stumps, but actually someone there to back it up. Well, we haven't seen a lot of that today, so it's worth pointing out.
Yeah, there have been a few OTs from the North Sydney batting innings that they were able to take full advantage of. They haven't been perfect, but they've been disciplined enough in the field.
Yeah, as I said, and they've learnt well from their batting innings. They've worked out where the best line of lengths are on this pitch. As slower ball again, he tries to deposit that one almost into the commentary area. but it goes through to the keeper, no run. So 17 overs down, 3 overs to go, and they still need another 42 runs.
42 off 18.
That's huge. Fletcher May finishes his 4 overs, no wicket for 25. So
Handy.
very handy in this situation. Ollie Knight also 4 overs, none for 27. Doing the job here. We didn't see a lot from the pace bowlers. It was the spinners and the slow mediums that did your job. As Mac Jenkins, as predicted by Wande Caruso, coming in from the northern end. He could finish with 2 from this end. He's still got 2 up his sleeve, and with Alexander to bowl the 1 left at this southern end. But he's going to have to be right on the ball here. I said he was a bit expensive in his first 2 overs. None for 22. So he's going to have to do a job here as they come straight down the ground. They wanted to try and make some of this over. It was a bit of a misfield, and it lets them get back for 2, but they're going to show some aggressive attempt to the left arm spinner here.
Well, really, two off that particular shot, considering where the fielder is and how far it has to travel, is probably par for the course there. Probably a little bit of sloppy running in that.
So Jenkins here now, and the reverse sweep comes out, and straight to Alexander, who I think's put out the injured hand to try and stop it.
He put out the left hand that time.
As I said, he was looking at it afterwards, but it's gone through him for 4.
I think that might be 50 as well. I think that might have been 50. Is it? No.
Yes.
It is.
52 off 37 for Max
Glenn.
Glenn.
Striking at 140, Max Glenn.
Well, he's going to have to be there if Eastern Suburbs are going to have any chance of winning this. He needs to be there at the end.
Tries the big wind-up again, but can only find short cover. No run.
And meanwhile, flash scores around the ground, and it is starting to get a little bit feisty down at Dave Phillips South. The next delivery comes in, he bowls the ball, goes for the big inside-out shot, going out to the deep, and it's well cut off there. They're going to come back for 2, and that's a great throw, and even better running this time there. 2 for the total. It goes to 3 for 130. I believe that's going to be 133. No, 131. And yeah, as the next delivery comes in, big flat sweep, and that's going to go to the boundary there as well. Although he's getting through the over pretty quickly, the runs are flowing a little bit more here now. 3 for 135 with 1 delivery left in the over. This is a much better over here from Eastern Suburbs. And Mac Jenkins, he's going to have to try and figure out what he's going to do for this last delivery.
Yeah, he's already gone for 12 off this over so far. It's a big over that they needed here, East, to keep themselves in it. And again goes down the ground. Injured hand and all, but Matt Alexander is able to take the catch, and maybe that's the last hope of Eastern Suburbs goes with it. But as I said, to go for 12 and then get the wicket off the last ball of the over, Jenkins gets the breakthrough. Max Glenn's gone for 58 off 41, and now 4 for 135 here with 2 overs to go here, Eastern Suburbs.
And the new batter coming in is number 9, Mitchell Sabaris. And a big job to do here now, and it is exactly 30 runs needed off the last 2 overs. It is fast approaching. It is fast approaching 3 runs of delivery at this stage.
Well, 15 runs and over off the last 2. You've seen it being done before. That's, I think, the one thing you can give to East is that it's not a rare occurrence. It might be uncommon. But it is a thing that we do see happen, as it looks like will be Alexander to bowl over number 19. He's going to want to have to do the job for the Bears here. He's going to have to leave Mac Jenkins or whoever's going to bowl that final over as many runs as possible. If he goes for 15 or 16 here and they only need 14 off that last over, that could be deadly. But if he goes for only 6, that could almost put the final nail in the coffin here for East. But don't go anywhere, whether you're here on the 100.1 FM Friday replay or live on the sports stream or on Frogbox. I still think there's a bit of life left in this game. As Alexander comes back in for his final little over here, over number 19, and gets the bottom edge. And the run through for 1. They'll look for 2, but good piece of fielding from third man coming in. So it's now 4 for 136 here with 11 deliveries left in the game.
He took the pace off the ball big time there. He's not bowling with the full intensity he did with the knee pill.
I think he's hurting a little bit by the look of it.
He is hurting a little bit here. He's holding that ball very gingerly at the moment as they try to work out what's going to be the field placements for this. He is going to come back around the wicket to bowl to the right-hander, and a couple of critical deliveries to come here.
As they say, you can win the game in the 19th over when you're bowling the second innings.
Certainly it is. They do feel that this is the more important over than the 20th because it's all about momentum and how many are left in that final over, because you just go hell for leather no matter what. But as I said, a good over here in the 19th can really set it up here for Eastern Suburbs as he comes in around the wicket to the right-hander.
Whoa.
Big time. What a shot by the new batsman. First delivery goes for 6. Mitchell Cerberus, we saw him do the job with the ball. Can he be the saviour with the bat here as well for the Dolphins?
And that's gone down that hill on it's the first major shot that we've seen go on the eastern side of the field.
Still disappointed nothing's ended up on the freeway,
It's-
but there's still 10 balls to go.
Well, don't be too sure about that. That's running down the hill there. That's a very steep drop. There is every chance that ball could have actually dropped onto the motorway down there.
Well, hopefully they have some extra balls. Because I said, we're approaching 7 o'clock here. The shadows are coming across from the trees here in the park. I don't know if they have a cut-off time, but as I said, with only 10 balls to go, you'd think that the light will be fine. But if we're looking for balls for the next half an hour, maybe could be a different story. But as I said, we're still waiting. As I think even the spectators that are on that little hill there in the southeast corner are down there helping, trying to find the ball, which is nice to see.
Flash scores around the grounds, and we're starting to get to the end of some of the matches. They've do have the ball there. We do have our second result confirmed. Gordon 8 for 196 against UNSW. UNSW had a bit of a fight. They were all out for 156. Gordon wins by 40 runs.
Well, I think that puts them in the prime position to be playing in that Sixers semi-final next Sunday. We'll talk a little bit more about that after the game's finished here. But as I said, they were in second position coming into this round. A big win like that will certainly help them. And a team that included Dan Christian as well, the T20 journeyman. He's obviously getting ready for another assault on the BBL with the Sixers. But Gordon, we may be at Chatswood Oval yet again. We'll be there on Sunday. We may be there the Sunday after as well. But we'll talk more about that later on as it's still game on here.
There's just a little bit of a delay as we wait for Rob Aiken to...
I didn't think he wanted to jump
somewhat
the fence.
inelegantly clear the fence.
I don't think he wanted to do that, but he was getting death stares that he couldn't come around to the pavilion and come back in through the gate as, again, just swashed.
I got
outside
4
the
runs.
Stump. Oh, no.
He's done well.
Great work down
that was
there.
Superb.
Great work down there to cut off the boundary. They will come back for a 2. I think that it could even be the sub fielder on. He's getting a bit of a workout.
And the critical thing with him is that's on the cut area where the practice pitches are. The ball normally picks up pace off that. So he has done incredibly well to cut that off.
I said 2 runs in these situations are vital here for the Bears. So they'll know how important that is. As Alexander comes in again and again just hit to point, but they'll take the single. So there's now 20 needed off 8 deliveries.
Yeah.
So, as I said, it's been a good over so far here for the Dolphins. But what can they do off these 2 balls?
Flash scores around the grounds. Randwick Petersham versus Sydney out of Coogee over. Of course, Randwick Petersham 7 for 181. Sydney off 6 for 163. It is all over there. Randwick Petersham have beaten Sydney, and that does open the door a little bit for North Sydney if they can get the win here.
So they're going to have a big 8 balls on their hands, and Cody tries to do the big swing. It's almost in the Bermuda Triangle between 3 fielders out here on the leg side. But
It was like Shark Park, the Bermuda Triangle.
I said Ollie Knight ends up getting there first and gets it in. We'll cut that off for 2. Cody's now on 9 off 11. Chiveris is 9 off 3. As I said, 4 for 1, 47. 7 deliveries left here.
18 to 1.
18 required off 7. Said a boundary or a 6 here could really set up a thrilling final over, but what does Alexander have left up his sleeve for his final delivery of his spell? He comes into Cody, and he swings big, he swings hard, and that's 6. Just when we thought this game might have been wrapped up and Kiwi Viz had it towards the Bears, that's a huge over for Alexander. He's gone from 2 for 10 off 3 for 2 for 28 off his 4. And now they only need 12 to win to the Dolphins off that final over.
Just remember, as we rewind about 37 or 38 minutes approximately.
Yeah.
When I did say my last Kiwi Viz update, I did say a 0.9% chance of a super over.
Mate,
And
you did. I think all.
I gave it a glimpse.
I think all results except that rain out that you did give
Yep.
0.1%. That might be just out of calculations, but I think everything else is on here. So 12 required off 6 deliveries with the left arm spinner to bowl the final over.
Mac Jenkins to bowl the last over. Penny for your thoughts.
Where's Sam Alexander? How come he's got the flick? I said
No, this is fascinating, this.
I said he's got the better figures.
Yeah, he does.
They've gone under the radar with this chase, haven't they? They've just all of a sudden...
Well, it's going to be a tense final over. A hush goes around here, and the first one goes up and it goes over. There's no one down there. Matt Alexander will chase hard, but that's 4. 4 off the first ball, 8 off 5 required.
He's practicing that shot again. He thinks there's going to be an opportunity. That's how he's going to win it. He's going to go up and under over the offside.
Well, there's no one down there on that third man boundary. If you can get it over those 2 fielders inside the circle, it's the place to go. But as I said, the nerves are coming up here.
Yeah,
The Bears,
pressure's on UTS North Sydney more, isn't it?
It's certainly swung the opposite direction. And again, it's just hit on the offside. It bounces, but body on the line. 7 off 4.
Flash scores around the grounds. Manly 5 for 141. Sutherland 9 for 101 with 5 balls left. And you dare say that it won't be much left of Sutherland to get here. 40 runs to get to just to equalise with the last wicket, and they've got to do it against Mornay Morkel.
Handy player to bring in for a Thursday afternoon T20.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Hey, Mornay, what are you doing up at Fairlight at the moment? Yeah, you can come down for a game? Yeah, sure, great, thanks.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if we see him on Sunday, where we will be calling Manly as one of our games, as the left-hander's now on strike, and he pushes it down to the fielder at long on. They'll look for 2. Good changeover. They come back, but the throw's sloppy. They come back for 2. Good running by Eastern Suburbs.
5 off 3.
4 for
4 for the
160.
super over.
Keep saying that super over. I think it'll get dark before they can even have the super over.
Are the lights here enough to have the super over?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, they're not on, so usually they take a little while to warm up. So tension, the drama, the buzz, the crowd, the atmosphere.
His hand's hurting, I think, as well.
Oh, what can Jenkins do? He comes in again, and Cody gets it in the block hole. Good fielding there on the offside. Just the single.
4 off 2. Oh.
The tense. We thought this game might have been over a little while ago, particularly when Angus Robson made his way back for a well-made 50. But I said they've never given up here, Eastern Suburbs, and now 4 off 2 required. Oh, it's wide outside off stump and called. He's made the decision to leave the ball, and the umpires agreed. 3 off 2, Kiwi Mick.
Unbelievable.
This is why
Talk
we
about
love
timing your run.
This is why we love T20 cricket. It can ebb and flow, and this one again is high. They'll come back for 2 for sure, at least, as the fielder out there on the offside gets it just inside the boundary. Scores are level here. Kiwi Mick, the look you're giving me
That
right now.
0.9%. You see, cricket's a funny game. You can never discount anything in this game.
No, and you got
0.9% chance 41 minutes ago, I said, of a super over.
Mate, this is what we love calling these games for. You think one team's out of it, and they come crashing back into it.
They needed 30 off 12. Didn't they?
They did. They needed 30 off 12. We said if they could get a good 19th over, that it was certainly on, and they did. 18 off Matt Alexander, who only went for 10 off his first 3 overs. The field comes inside the circle. There's only the one fielder outside at Cow Corner for the big hoik. You got to just think they're just going to hit and run. What can Jenkins produce here? What can Shabaris do? And he just slashes it in the offside. They run. They go to the bowler's end. They appeal for the run out. He's dropped the ball. He's made his ground, and that's a win for Eastern Suburbs here against the odds. What about that, Kiwi Mick, for some cricket on your Thursday afternoon?
That's sensational, isn't it? What an effort by Eastern Suburbs. We always thought their run rate was a bit slow, but they just in that last 3 or 4 overs when they had to, they nailed it. And I was saying they were only sort of 2 wickets down. They had plenty of wickets left in the shed earlier when their run rate wasn't that good, but it's proven that wickets in hand is key. North Sydney lost 8 wickets in their innings. Eastern Suburbs lost 4, was it?
Yes.
So there we go. Wow, this crowd is shocked.
It absolutely shocked. It's just a hush around
Yeah,
Bon Andrews.
unbelievable.
I think when they were 81 off 9, the Bears in their innings, you would have thought that they were going to put on 200 and it was going to be hard, but they said they turned it around with the ball. They kept them to 164. Even then we thought it might be just enough, but wow, what a finish there. And Anthony Caruso will go down to him at ground level. He's with one of the successful batsmen.
Yeah, absolutely. Down here with Mitch Saberis, and you did the job with the ball. You then got dragged up to do the job with the bat. I mean, Angus Robson, he's really putting the pressure on you to try and drag this team home, and you've managed to do it.
Well, look, I think I can't have done it without those blokes. They set the base for me to come out and have a crack. So, I mean, credit to them, but I did it. Yeah, I mean, there was a solid base that they set, and couldn't have asked for much more.
The pitch was a little bit tricky at times, getting a little bit too paced, especially later on in the innings itself. How difficult was it to really adjust to that towards the end?
Yeah, it's just a matter of holding your strokes and everything. I think they obviously wanted to bowl those slower balls and bowl into the deck, so you just have to wait for it and execute. A
huge result there for yourself there and for the team. Who knows, this might give you, given some of the results that's happened, an outside chance of the finals, given when there's 1 round left and anything can happen in T20 cricket.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Ladies' Day on Sunday, so hopefully the boys can turn it on there and go charging into finals.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mitch, and we'll let you enjoy it with the rest of your teammate. Back here in the commentary box.
Yeah, I said he'd be absolutely stoked there. He'd have to be up for man of the match, Kiwi Mick, with finishing 17 not out off 7 deliveries with a 4 and a 6.
He got a 6 off his first ball, and his bowling changed the momentum of North Sydney's innings.
3 for 29.
Yep.
I said Sam Skelly probably feel a little bit. He got 4 for 28, but when you take those 3 wickets and you put it together with that innings, absolutely amazing here. And what scenes here? I said this is why we love T20 cricket. It's ebbs and flows and. Whatever 0.9s of super overs it was even in the play there with on the final delivery. So congratulations to Eastern Suburbs, but the Bears, they did go down fighting. We'll go through that Eastern Suburbs batting card. Angus Robson, the skipper, he was out caught Jenkins off the bowling of Sam Alexander. 55 off 51 deliveries. 5 4s, 2 6s for him. Nick Taylor, he went early, caught by May off the bowling of Matt Alexander. 2 off 5 deliveries. Ollie Cox, he was almost like a turnstile. He was in and out very quickly. 4 off 2 deliveries. He hit a 4, then he got out LBW. Great bit of bowling there from Matt Alexander to swing that ball back. Max Glenn, he did a job for his team. Coming out at number 4. 58 off 41 deliveries. 4 4s, 1 6. He sort of came from nowhere with that innings. He was ended up caught by Matt Alexander with that dodgy hand off the bowling of Jenkins. And then it was down to Cody and Sabaris. Cody finishes 18 not out off 14 deliveries with 1 6, and that man, Mitchell Schaberis, 17 not out off 7 deliveries, 1-4, 1-6. And that got the job done from the Dolphins. Final delivery, but they take home those 2 points. The UTS North Sydney bowling figures. Matt Alexander, 4 overs, 2 for 28. He only went for 10 off his first 3. That 18th the 18 runs off that 19 overs proving very costly. Fletcher May, he 4 overs went for 25. Ollie Knight, his 4 overs going for 27. Mac Jenkins, he finishes 4 overs, 1 wicket for 46. Sam Alexander, 3 overs, 1 for 28. And Rob Aiken just bowls the 1 over for 8 runs. Anthony Crusoe joins us again in the commentary box. I said it was a game where we sort of thought that it was meandering along, but you can never count anybody out in T20 cricket.
You know what I think hurt UTS North Sydney? I want you to scroll back up on your screen a little bit there. And in particular, the wides columns for UTS North Sydney. How many was there? 8 wides. So you got to think that's 8 extra deliveries that they had to bowl, plus those runs there as well. And when you consider that East Suburbs bowled no wides at all, that's where UTS North Sydney ended up losing the game in that regards. And you just got to think, how many runs must they conceded off those extra deliveries that they had to bowl? Well, that's an extra over.
Well, it's an extra over, and it's an extra 8 runs that I'm sure Mac Jenkins would have liked them to have on the board when he was bowling that final over. So,
and
absolutely
you said earlier,
crazy scenes.
So you said, did you say they're going to have to look for their 5th bowler, North Sydney, as well? So maybe they missed a bit of punch with their bowling to finish them off.
Oh,
I thought they had them on the ropes there. North Sydney had East on the ropes.
Missing James Campbell out there has really hurt them. And I mean, we saw it as well when they were playing against Mossman, is that they really did lose that firepower early on when they didn't have Matt Alexander bowling there. Here they didn't have James Campbell to really control from the other end, and that's where it left it exposed. These Thursday games have not been kind to UTS North Sydney. Not only that, but not having Avendano with the bat against Mossman really did hurt them in that game against Mossman. Here they had him, and he did prove a big difference. But you know, you do need your full lineup as you can for this season, because there's only 6 games.
And also they were tying them down, but they weren't getting the wickets. They were, East and Suburbs were 2 down with sort of 7 overs left, so they still were sort of taking their time, but they had plenty of wickets left for their end, where their middle order could come in and finish off instead of their tail enders, so it shows that maybe North's lacked that sort of firepower just to get wicket consistently.
Yeah, so I think if
hindsight, of course.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing.
It is.
I think if Avendano could have batted deeper into that innings, it would have been a different story. But a good win there from the Dolphins, taking right down to the final delivery of their 20 overs. But they got the job done here for UTS, for here in the Kingsgrove Sports Centre Tournament Cup. UTS North Sydney, that probably rules out their chances of the finals now, you would think. But we better wrap it up here quickly, as I think everybody wants to go home and watch the last innings of the last session of the Test match. But we'll be back on Sunday. Yes, quick turnaround. We'll be at Chatswood Oval for Gordon versus Manly. Myself, Kiwi Mick will be there. Special guest from the Triple H Sports team penciled in at this stage, and I will say penciled because anything can happen in the next 48 hours. We'll be back next Sunday as well for the semi-final of the either the Sixers or Thunder Conference, depending on where Northern District, Gordon, Manly, etc. finish on those tables. We'll have more details about that on Sunday when we know the final placings in those ladders. But I think at the moment it looks like we could be at Chatswood again. After we've already visited there a few times this season, we'll be out there on Sunday. We could possibly be there on the 11th as well. Now, last game before we take a Christmas break on the 18th, we'll be out at David Phillips South for Universities taking on Manly. So plenty of cricket left here on Triple H Sport here for December. Before we sign off, I want to thank the team. Anthony, we don't get you for many times, but some midweek cricket gets you back on the commentary team. It's been great to get you here, and a great guest, finally, that you got for us here in the commentary box this afternoon.
Yeah, I want to give a very big thank you to Tim James, the member for Willoughby, for joining us here. He has officially become a fan of Triple H Sports, and who knows, I think this celebrity game involving rugby league and cricket for North Sydney, this could have legs.
Well, we know who should be the official call team. We'll find out more about that, I'm sure, at a later date. But I think we know in our hearts that should be, and we'll see if we can get Kiwi Mick lined up with Billy Moore. Maybe we get Billy Moore as a 5-over guest commentary stint with you.
Me and Billy Moore both on the sideline, roaming reporters or something.
Oh, that
Imagine
would be
that.
awesome.
Oh, there's so many possibilities. We'll talk more about that, I think, another time. But Kiwi Mick, pleasure to have you here as always. We'll catch you on Sunday.
Looking forward to it.
Mate, so for the team, thank you very much for listening to us, whether you listened through the Triple H Live sports stream, whether you listened through Frogbox. Thank you very much. If you did enjoy us, make sure you check out our social media, Triple H Sport on Facebook and Twitter. You can find out more about us.
Instagram as well.
We don't use that much.
Yeah.
But or you listen to our Friday afternoon replay here on 100.1 FM. But for the team, I am the wise man, Matt Mears. Thank you very much for listening. We'll catch you down the road.
What a game.
Before I started talking, but what a game, what a call, what a guest, what a everything.
I've got a race with trivia, is that alright?
Mate, go, if you need to go, mate, go.
I'll grab the headphones. I think Sunday I'll help pack up and everything.
Yeah, mate, you're fine, Kiwi. I've got to head off too, but I can yeah, no, mate. What a day! What a innings! I think we just ticked all the boxes here. We've got a new fan in Parliament. We just seem to be picking them up left, right, and centre.
North City would be disappointed losing that.
Oh, mate, everything was great. I didn't hear what they said when they. Because that was the one that Stephen said, was it? Well, because it. Oh, that was Philip somebody. Yeah, the one Russo said was great, but I'd love to hear what they mentioned in federal parliament when they mentioned it for that bill, for the bill. That would be an interesting one.
Which one's that? Is that yours? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like that.
Should be that hour. Yeah.
Alright guys, see you next time. I'll text you on Saturday or something.
Too easy.
Yeah.
Nice. Mate, I said we're firing on all cylinders now. We're just going to keep it up now. Alright, mate. Well, everyone's sort of packing up around us, so we better make our move, but we'll talk before Sunday, I'm sure. Alright, thanks again, mate. We'll can't do it without you, and we'll talk again soon. It is, mate, and we're killing it. Absolutely. Yeah, no, thanks again, mate. Appreciate it. Bye. Can't do it without that. I always like to sort of say thank you. Yeah, we cannot do it without him.
Mind you, I think even with that, this is one of the most fun he has is working with us. I don't think he cares.
I think he likes it because it's the only time he gets to be blokey, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these other stuff, it's not very blokey, but this is obviously peak blokey, even though it's not meant to be like that. Like we're not trying to be all, it's not all male stuff, but it's, everybody loves sport.
Yeah, except
He's just nasty. Jealous one at that.
He's Andrew Goodman-Jones without the technical capabilities. Like, that's what I'll give Andrew Goodman-Jones credit. Technically, it's him, in terms of technical ability, it's him or Andrew Russell. They're both very good.
Yeah, but that yellow van holds them back.
Sorry?
That yellow van holds them back.
Because it's his ego toy.
Yeah, but as I said, the things we could have done for that station. and we can't, and we couldn't, and look what happens. We go to somewhere where we're appreciated, and we win freaking national awards.
Oh, don't worry, that hasn't gone unnoticed on radio on the beaches.
Yeah, you went and gloated to them.
Sorry?
You went and gloated to them.
I didn't gloat to them.
You did. You said you saw them at the freaking
yeah, I didn't
their OB.
I didn't mention the award.
Oh, okay. I thought you did.
No.
But we would have never have gotten that award if we'd stayed there.
Oh,
No.
totally. Yeah.
That's fine. We need the that goes first, and that goes there. That's all my stuff, so that's fine.
Give Sarah a frog box as well.
You can, because I don't know why you have it. Yeah. I don't want to touch everything I don't know, because I barely even understand this stuff, so I'd rather just keep the stuff on and introduce. But how well did the headphones work today? Beautiful. I think they were really awesome.
Hello. Game of cricket, wasn't it?
Probably not the result you guys are looking forward to, but
Obviously not. But it was a great
Portland
game.
came back from nowhere.
Yeah, as you can see, we did a bit of a tidy up with the chairs and tables and all.
You are wonderful, thank you.
These can be, we'll bring these down, or we can need to bring the table and chairs
Where
downstairs.
were they to begin?
So the table and that chair, that chair were up here.
And that
already.
case we'll leave them up here.
We'll leave it up here, okay?
Let's leave things where we found them.
See you later, okay?
Yeah, sorry, I won't disappear up here.
No, you take care.
You too, and I'll see you soonish.
Yeah, we'll leave it.
Whatever it may be. Good. Indeed. Good luck.
Shall I give you a hand with this?
I don't mind doing it. It's really not a problem. No, you've done heaps. It's really no problem.
Okay.